The balancing act is back. It's the first time in 2 months. We took a little break there. Uh, I thought about getting other friends of mine to try to substitute in for James, but ultimately it came down to even my open-minded friends, um, who I do feel like are as deep or are on the same level consciously as James and I. It's still not the same as when James and I have these discussions. There's a certain chemistry. The dialogues that we have. There was a reason why I asked him to be my co-host. And over the past couple of months, as if you're an avid listener, you already know he's living out in the country right now, and he's had some internet issues. So it's been a struggle for him to get his internet back working. As some of you or many of you may know, I'm a father. TJ had Christmas break, and then there was a snowstorm at the end of Christmas break. So he got an extra week out of school. So we've been busy with other things, living life, but that's also allowed me to come up with a lot of different ideas as far as the direction that I want to take this. In the meantime, I've really been working on our YouTube channel. Been dropping clips every 3 days since Thanksgiving, or a little bit before Thanksgiving. I'm really going to start to try to drive all of our listeners to my YouTube page. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen right now. The YouTube page has gone from 0 to 61 subscriptions in the last 2 months, which, if anybody that's listening is one of my subscribers, I super appreciate you for doing that, for checking me out. This is the channel here. These are my playlists. So I've got playlists that I've created. Our story is kind of like more like James and I specifically, our story, literally, but also just more personal in general. There's the Human Vibration series. She's been on twice. Allison McDowell series. A lot of the stuff on there are other clips from other podcasts that I just felt were really crucial and impactful for me when I listened to them. I also put together a Waking Infinity playlist. Ben Stewart does a Waking Infinity news that he posts on YouTube, and you can go to his channel and see all of them, but I have my favorites here in one playlist. I've also got an abbreviated episodes playlist. Those are for clips that are a little bit more than 15 minutes. Full episodes, there's only 6 of them on YouTube, but there's 6 of the best episodes that we've done. And then there's the clips, which are the shorter, 15 minutes or less, or 20 minutes or less for sure. And basically all of these playlists, all of these videos, I was talking to my dad about it the other day. For the most part, I want to drive everybody to the YouTube channel. If you're somebody that likes to listen to the full podcast, definitely still check out the Spotify, the Google, the Apple podcast, whatever you like to listen to your podcasts on. But in this world of ADD, attention spans, and all of us, even the ones that might not have ADD, I feel like all of us do in this internet age. But
it's inevitable.
Even if you do have a very good focus, you're probably a busy person if you have that kind of focus. So I've broken. I told my dad it's the director's cut. YouTube is the director's cut of the balancing act. This is all of my favorite clips. And as the person who edits our podcast, I'm the one listening to our material 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And so the clips on YouTube, the stuff I've put on YouTube, is the stuff that I, as a listener, like to listen to. It's the creme de la creme of what we've put out so far. So just wanted to say that to drive everybody to my YouTube page. Check it out. Make sure you subscribe, like, comment, share, all that stuff. And I appreciate the ones that have already done that. Now, in this age of censorship, which is going to be one of the topics for today's podcast, YouTube is known for censoring certain material that they don't like. And as far as I'm concerned, it's their platform. They can do what they want, and I'm grateful for what they do allow me to put on there. And there are other platforms for clips and videos that YouTube removed. So I did start a BitChute account. You guys can check me out on BitChute, just the balancing act. You can find me on minds.com as well as Rumble. Between those 3, I probably like BitChute the most. But you can find me on all three, and anytime YouTube rejects one of my videos, I'll be putting them on there. For today's episode, we've got a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, 2021 recap. And then, what makes this podcast different from other conspiracy or conscious podcasts? That's one thing I really want to focus on. And the one thing that I know that we can bring that's going to be different than any other podcast is our story, which is why I have a whole playlist about our story. And that's something that I always emphasize with anybody. I feel like whether you're a podcaster or not, sharing your story, refining your story, refining your worldview, these are important things to think about. And so it's just themes that I like to emphasize on the podcast, so to speak. And again, I just encourage everybody to, if you want to start your own podcast, if you feel like you've got something to say, do it. Me and James, one thing that I'm going to do today, I'm all about gratitude. I think gratitude is one of the most potent medicines, and I have a lot of people that I'm thankful for, a lot of ideas that I'm thankful for. So I'm going to spend some time on this podcast talking about all the people, documentaries, pieces of art, musicians that I'm thankful for that have had an influence on my life. I've asked James to put together some stuff in that same category, so he'll be doing some of that himself. As far as I don't want to go too much into like a 2021 recap, because you can type in 2021 recap and look at all the news stories from 2021 if you want to do that. But just one thing that I wanted to mention, this podcast started out as Alienation. The whole idea behind that was that technology is putting us in a place where all of us feel a little bit more alienated. And I feel like what I want to do, the purpose of me starting this podcast was to start building community. And although that is a frustrating and damn near impossible task, because it feels like one bad apple can hurt a community. Not that that's happened with us or anything like that. But when it comes to this like idea of community building, I do see how it can be a struggle when not everybody's worldview is compatible, which is why I emphasize worldview so much on this podcast as well. I do feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but one thing I wanted to say was Alienation. The last episode we did was April 7th, 2021. Took a little break, and the first episode of The Balancing Act was June 9th. So that was a 2-month break, just like we're coming back from a 2-month break right now. Outside of that, that's pretty much all I got. Like I said, check out the YouTube. That's really where I want to drive all of the listeners, is to the YouTube. That's, like I said, the director's cut of this podcast or platform, whatever you want to call it. If you're the type of person that enjoys full podcasts, still listen to me on Spotify, listen to me on Apple Podcasts, that's awesome, and I appreciate that as well. But there are going to be clips and more visual videos, and I'm going to be doing a lot on YouTube. That's going to be my primary platform, is the point of what I'm saying right now. Outside of that, a couple of topics that we're going to get to today. Censorship, as I already mentioned, we're going to have a discussion on that. And then I also wanted to talk about controlled opposition. As I was making my list of influential people, I realized that there's a lot of people on here that the conspiracy community is going to be, oh, they're controlled opposition. And maybe that's true, but we're going to talk about that. That. So I've said enough, man. What do you think about everything I've said so far?
Well, I think, as always, well, to be honest, you started out, I think the first thing you touched on was a 2021 recap. So to stay within that same light, one thing I would say, thank you for having me along on this journey with you, G. I mean, I know it's our journey together in a sense, but you have been well, I guess I'm giving my flowers out too. But anyway, you've been great at just kind of keeping me reeled in. I've had some, life changes as, caused me to move down to the country and, kind of switch up how I've been living my life for the past 8 to 10 years. So You've been great and having therapy sessions with about that, a lot of that stuff, and also just being an anchor for this pod and this vision of what you're trying to do, of what we're trying to do. And you know, I've had setbacks with internet and other issues, and you've been really an anchor and pushing through with me, and also picking up the reins in a lot of areas that I haven't been able to really put my fingerprint on quite yet. So
Hell yeah.
so
Before you
2021 recap for me would just be the change and coming back to my hometown and getting back to some of the roots that I missed and loved, but also still adjusting, you know, for a while was still adjusting to that sort of change. But that would probably be the biggest recap for me in 21, other than some other life things, you know, continuing to grow mentally, continuing to grow with everything in this post-COVID or
new normal,
if you want to, yeah, exactly. But I think that would probably be the biggest one as far as a recap, without getting into a whole list of recaps. But
well, one thing you said there that I meant to say is you called this a therapy session, and that was when I originally started this podcast. One of the 4 or 5 main tenets came from what was mental health in general, but specifically a book called Lost Connections, written by Johann Hari. And I'm going to talk about him a little bit later when I'm giving out my flowers.
Oh yeah, you brought him up a lot. Yep.
But you know, that was the whole point of this, is it wasn't going to be just me and you. I want to get everybody I've ever been friends with on this podcast. And these are therapy sessions. This is an opportunity. This is a platform where anybody that I know, you know, yeah, I've had Allison McDowell on. Yeah, I've had Human Vibration. Yeah, I've had Conspiracy and Ben Stewart, and I do plan to get high profile guests like that on. But that's not what this podcast is about. This podcast is a therapy session for me, first and foremost.
First and foremost.
For you as my co-host, as the person that I was like, this is the guy that I have the best chemistry with. You know, I'll call him out. I love A-Dubs. That's my boy. That's my homie. But when we do, and when we have conversations, it's like, it's not the same. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if he's camera shy, or when the record button starts, he starts going off on tangents. And anyways, I love him, but I feel like he needs to start his own podcast so he can kind of refine how he expresses himself.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And I certainly have a lot to work on, but as I've
me too.
to myself from episode 1 to our most recent episode, I do feel like I've improved quite a bit.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is I need to stop interrupting you and LT.
Dude, I need to stop interrupting. You know what? You know, I listen to a lot of pods, and I listen to a lot of pods that I feel, I mean, these guys have been doing sports talk radio for so long that they're good. They're natural with it. And I try to listen and take tidbits from them. And one thing I realized, like the co-host, because I got one guy who has his co-host on every Tuesday and Thursday. They do a good job of not interrupting each other, you know, not stepping over each other, not interrupting each other. And even the little things when you're talking and I'm like, yeah, you know, let you get your piece out. And then I can chime in. And that's one thing that I know I've got to get better with, that I've been looking at, going back and looking at some of the stuff that you've been posting on YouTube and listening to podcasts. Yeah, I've been taking my own notes too. So
definitely. And I just wanted to emphasize, like, that's what I feel like. Because if you want to get into that conspiracy research, you know, there's tinfoil hat, there's conspiracy, there's the higher side chats, these podcasts are out here for that material. Human Vibrations on Patreon. We're not researchers, you know, we're out here, we're taking these other researchers that we like and that we feel moved by, and that we feel impacted by, influenced by, that have impacted our worldview in a positive way or in a significant way, whether positive or negative. And so that's not what this podcast is. This podcast, I'm not going to give you the deep dives, the heavy research. That's, you know, Ben Stewart does a great job with all that stuff as well. And part of this podcast is what we're going to do today is direct people to the podcast and the influencers and the musicians and the documentaries and all of that influenced us and that impacted us in a positive way, so that other people can go check that stuff out as well. But the centerpiece, the purpose of this podcast, is to be a platform that is therapy for people that have something to say that they feel like they can't really express in their everyday life.
And just to add to that, there is, to compliment what you were saying, there is some research, deep dives, I would like to call it. There are topics that come up, there are things that happen, and we'll take certain deep dives in on it, research and information. But what G is saying is that there are people who dedicate their life, their research, their the things that move them to getting that, compiling that research and information and data and presenting it to you in a sense, through sources and through so many other things. We're more of that. Those things, a lot of those topics are going to come up. We're going to touch on them. We're going to hash on them. We're going to all of that stuff. But there are folks out here who, to be honest, I don't even want to get the credit for where that particular idea or understanding in something came from, when we can point you to the horse's mouth, and allow you to do your own methodical research and understanding of certain topics. Because just getting the information from someone, sometimes, a lot of times, it's in one ear and out the other, and I know for you and I know for me, our journey, a lot of it started with going down rabbit holes, reading, research, books, listening to folks, but then after listening to them, taking our own deep dive on the information, so we can have a better understanding of it ourselves, to be able to even begin to be able to speak on it. So just wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying there.
Yeah, man. So I think we've kind of covered the intro. One topic that I already mentioned we were going to bring it up, is censorship. What are your thoughts on the current state of censorship? Do you think there are any scenarios where censorship is warranted or beneficial? Yeah, what's your thoughts on censorship? And then, specifically social media censorship and, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, this sort of.
It's a great question.
Phenomena.
It's a great topic. It's a great question. It's a great topic, G. I think where I want to start with that is by saying, regardless of where this conversation goes, as far as personal thoughts on is censorship good or not, one of the things that I've learned, G, people are still starting to learn and understand me, but G, me, and one of the things is that one of the things I love to do, I love to take a step back, and I like to see these different situations and scenarios and things play out. And the reason why is because there are so many things that I feel can be used for good when it comes to, hey, let us tell you why we need to do it this way. The problem is that what I've noticed along my journey is that those things, it's like giving a mouse a piece of cheese. He's going to come back for the whole slice next time. It's like, okay, sure, entity that wants to censor, there of course are good reasons for certain things maybe being looked at or rehashed that could be detrimental, or that could be just really not in good light for humanity, or for kids, or for...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want to see a terrorist beheading on Twitter.
Exactly. There's a time and a place for it. The problem is that we all know how this works. In our community, we know how this works, right? Like, okay, it starts with a little bit. Next thing you know, it starts with a word, then it's a sentence, then it's a paragraph. Next thing you know, it's the whole damn thing, right?
It's anything that doesn't fit the narrative.
Doesn't fit the narrative.
We talk about narrative all the time.
And G, it goes that way with a lot of things, right? It's like, yeah, of course, I can understand why this could be good if it was used for good. But most of the time, when we follow the money, when we follow the companies, when we follow the names of the bloodlines that own, run, manage, delegate, whatever the case is, there's a lot of foggy and grayed out areas in these things. So to get back to your question, after making that preference, what I'm getting at is, you're asking, is it good for a multi-billion, gazillion dollar company who is one of, we're talking, they call consulting firm the big four. Well, there's the big 4 or 5 of tech too. And I would say that some of these entities are obviously the mainstream ones are in it, and we just know how given an inch can turn into a mile with things like that. So the state of censorship right now is really interesting, and I think it took its sacrificial introduction when they completely just shunned Trump and just tossed him to the side. I feel like there was a whole new pivot in censorship there. And from there, started the man, even if you start to type something that doesn't fit the narrative now, a warning or a prompt will pop up and say, hey, you should probably double check this. And they're telling you that because it's like, listen, we already see where you're going with this, and we're probably going to scratch it. So we're giving you an opportunity to maybe reword this. That's the stuff that I'm talking about, that when you're starting there, where are we going to be in 10 years? Where are we going to be in 20 years? As machine learning continues to evolve, algorithms continue to be even smarter. Literally, I feel algorithms nowadays know the narrative. And if something in its ecosystem is not fitting that, it will pinpoint it and it will go get it.
I mean, yeah, yes, there's a lot of that, especially if you already have a large following.
Well, and that's what I was going to get to.
And people like me, they'll let more slide because they know it's not getting that many views.
Of course, but everyone wants growth. Everyone wants to scale, whether it's a podcast, a Twitch account, a social media, whatever. And as you start to grow and scale, the thought of knowing that you're more targeted in the sense of censorship is a little alarming, and it is a problem, especially when you see the things that are censored. So we can have, certain things being shown on social media entities that we're like, come on, seriously, we're going to show this such and such on here doing this, but yet, questioning something might make your account get deleted or suspended. We see it all the time, especially in the community that we're a part of and that we interact a lot with. We see it all the time, whether it's getting the comments cut off, the retweets cut off, or the account suspended altogether. And a lot of the times, it's not even for stating what is considered fact. It's for just bringing up a topic or questioning or asking something that will make you think or research in a different direction. And that is, I feel, a serious problem. And it's only getting, like I said, I feel like the Trump thing was the big, they always align it with something that it catches the masses' attention. Oh man, they kicked Trump off. And then comes all this information from Twitter and other other entities that are telling you why they did it. And basically how this is the norm moving forward if you choose to move in that direction, in a sense. And I mean, people who listen to us, and you've heard me say this a lot, G, a lot of these things that, because there's a philosophy, there's a psychology to it where it's like, hey, even if the masses don't want to do what we want them to do, we're going to edge them along. We're going to almost do things that's going to make them say, hey, we need your help now because we can't fix this problem. And they'll drill you right into that. And one way of doing that is having someone that they consider a loose wire like Trump or anybody else with an opinion or of their own, or something that doesn't fit the narrative to cancel them, in a sense. And I do think that's alarming because at this point, who's even monitoring this stuff, right? It's the algorithms, it's the technology, it's the AI. So when you have something coded to do something, at some point it's going to do its job. And how many more dystopian movies do we need to see about where that usually takes us into the future? Listen, I'm not saying it's obviously there's certain things that are good about it, but I always, as you know, G, I like to bring the other side of it because I see how these things work. You
The
know,
cynical side.
the cynical side, the more pessimistic side.
In a minute here, I'm going to provide the optimistic side. But
Yeah, no, and
I
I do know obviously there's an optimistic side to that, but you know, as much as technology has advanced in our personal lifetime, we're just scratching the surface on where this is going. And
I agree.
With the movies, the different.
Well, that's why I think it's imperative that as human beings, we need to speak up. We need to use our voice, regardless of who you are. You know, once you start self-censoring, that's when you're done.
But see, these things that these things, these softwares, these algorithms, these
I understand
filters,
I understand where you're going with it, James.
They drive
there's the other
to want to self,
but
because you're thinking
there's the other side of that. There's the other side of that where it's like maybe we've reached a point in society where everybody is so lazy that we need this kind of push for censorship just to see who's got the balls to speak up. Who's got a soul, you know? It's kind of you know, yes, I understand your side, your point, the cynical aspect of anything, you know, any free thinking, anything, yeah. But here's the thing, they're not censoring me.
They're not censoring you because we don't have 1 million followers yet.
Oh, I know that.
Now let's revisit this conversation.
But here's the thing, James. But that's my point. But that's my point. Actually, that's kind of my point, though. Is I think that celebrity worship is actually one of the real pandemics. Is nobody wants to do that inner work themselves. They want Joe Rogan to tell them. Of
course.
They want Donald Trump to tell them. They want any of these people that we're going to have a discussion on controlled op here in a minute too. We're going to get to that. There's plenty of opportunities I've already had to segue into it, but I really want to wrap up the censorship part of it before we get into the controlled op part of it. Yeah, man, I think there is an optimist. All right, so first of all, let me start from the center. The more and more we go into this matrix, the more I see how everything really is perfect, how only perfection exists. It's something that Don Miguel talks about, and we talked about it in one episode where I was saying like the worse things get, the better that I feel, because it's just vindicating everything that I've been saying. It's making the voice that I've been using for the last 10 years, it's making that look like this guy's, you know, he might be off sometimes, but he's never bullshitting. He's never lying. He might be wrong, but he's telling what he really thinks is the truth. You know, there's no deception there. He might be wrong, but he's not trying to deceive. And I've been deceived enough in my life to where it's like, my worst enemy, I'm going to square up to him. I'm not going to deceive him. You know what I mean? Deception is just not my game. I'm just not down with that. But to get to the censorship thing and why I think it's actually perfect is like, I think that they don't want a solid scientific argument showing why the COVID narrative is false. They're forcing people to do one of two things. You can go down the path of being our slave, getting vaccinated and listening to us no matter what we say, or you can take that other route, but you're going to have to be strong. You're going to have to prove, you're going to have to prove that you're not going to ever self-censor. And it's kind of like, I kind of like it because it's separating the weak from the strong, you know, and maybe it's time for that.
It is. I just you make a good point, G, but my thing is always, who the fuck are you to play God all the time?
But is it
unless you are God? Are you God?
These are, I mean, YouTube is a private company, and I understand what you're saying.
Listen, I get all of that.
They have a large sphere of influence, so I understand where you're coming from. But like what Ben Stewart does, his model, and I think this is brilliant, is you know, he posts what he feels YouTube will not censor on YouTube. And then he does what he calls deeper dives, and he posts that on his website. You got to go to his website to get the
And-
videos that he feels are too, he doesn't want to test YouTube.
Yeah, of course, and that's
That's
what
a good formula.
that's a good formula, and that's what adaptive people have to do. Like, yeah, I crush on certain entities all the time, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't use them. I do. But you're right. It's about knowing how to play. It's about knowing how to play the game, right? So we know that, okay, yeah, we can grow our following on YouTube, but when we get to certain tiers, we might have to move that over to a Patreon or something, or a website
BitChute
or something like that. And that's
yeah.
okay. That's okay. But to answer your question, for what the question was, when it comes down to censorship, you know, that's the question at hand. I mean, soon we're going to have to start separating, internet ecosystems here, because I feel like the truth is going to live on a more of a blockchain internet, and then you're still going to have all your Web 2 internet, which is super censored, super filtered, and I guess that's fine.
But you don't think that blockchain will be super censored and super filtered?
I think blockchain will be censored, but here's what you got to remember: they still are trying to get people to believe that the blockchain is super. What we want the blockchain to be, they still have to start at least with having people believe that that's what the blockchain is, or what the hell is the point of the blockchain? I mean, so I think for a while, like anything else, like when the internet first started, the internet was wide the hell open too, So I think for a while it will be wide open, but it's not going to be forever. Of course not. No.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. Allison McDowell. Anybody who wants to know more about the blockchain, I just recommend checking out the Allison McDowell podcast that I did with her. But I also have a playlist where I put some clips on there from other podcasts that she's done that are just really to the point.
Very to the point. And listen, she does such a great job of presenting the information, and a lot
she's got the receipts, bro.
She's got the receipt that you can listen to her, and by the end of you listening to her, you'll be able to go do some homework. You have no excuse.
I mean, bro, there's no other guest that I've had on, including Ben Stewart, including Human Vibration, where that person changed my mind.
I know
on a topic that is important, that is significant in today's world. I mean, I was pro crypto. I was on board with crypto, and then, I mean, she made it very clear that the whole currency part of blockchain, the cryptocurrency part of it, has nothing but a Trojan horse to get everybody on the blockchain, to get your biology, your cellular DNA, all of that is going to be blockchain data for a global prison. And
that's true.
Digital identities. The blockchain is not about money. It's about putting every transaction
in one ecosystem.
Every human all human behavior, your whole life will become gamified when you go on, if they can get people into the blockchain, which I am.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic. I don't think that they're going to pull off what she thinks.
G, come on, G. You gotta, G. At some point, though. Look, G.
No. It's happening. No.
Yeah,
it's
happening.
Like,
what are we talking about?
It's happening. But are they going to get everybody on it?
Not today, not tomorrow. But when your kids that have only grown up with a damn face mask on their face and understanding crypto from the time they're 3 years old, yes, they're all going to be on it. When you know what? When we are my dad's age, and my dad
this is something. This is the hill to die on, though, James. I mean,
what's that?
I mean, the blockchain, like, I get, and Allison even says, I get that there are local use cases and certain ways of setting it up where it could be beneficial, but the larger global infrastructure that's being put in place to allow crypto to be a thing is destroying the planet. It's destroying biological life in general. It's taking what has been the colonization of Black and brown people, and Black, and it's not even about Black and brown people. It's about Black and brown and white cultures that did not live a totalitarian agriculture lifestyle. And what I mean by totalitarian agriculture is we wipe out any animal that does not fit on our food chain. We used to call it a food chain. We are starting to wake up a little bit. That's why it's called a food web now. It's why we're introducing the wolf back into Yellowstone National Park. It's why there's laws against killing coyotes now. But the reason farmers had wiped out coyotes and wolves and any other animal that didn't directly contribute to our food chain, but that also hurt our food chain by killing livestock and crops. I mean, everything was human centered in our worldview for so long that that's the colonization life. That's the colonization mindset, is all of this world is ours because of manifest destiny, because God said so, which is bullshit to me. But that it's taking that colonizing mindset of we're going to colonize the whole world and we're going to grow food for us, and all of the animals that we raise are going to be livestock for us. Everything is based around food supply for humans, you know. That's our whole economic system has been based on, which is changing, hopefully for the good. But my point in saying all of that is that colonizing mindset is now, we've taken over the whole world. This Caucasian totalitarian agricultural mindset has already colonized the world. So what's next? Now you got to colonize the human being.
Yeah.
Our biology, our behavior. And that's what the blockchain is really about. The reason that it's being marketed as cryptocurrency to liberate you from central banking is to get people like me who think that's a good idea.
I know.
I don't want to say stupid people, but people that are looking for big change.
Right.
And anti-central banking people, and it's a Trojan horse. That's the best. I think that the way that Allison puts that is a Trojan horse. That's it. That's what the cryptocurrency aspect of blockchain is. It's to make people think that blockchain is something that is going to help you.
Of course. But what? Okay, so yes. You know, it's like knowing the truth to many things that we consider ourselves to know the truth to. But then what the masses are going to say.
But that's just where I stand right now, too. Like I was pro crypto. I could be wrong now. Crypto could end up saving us. You know, I doubt it based on Allison McDowell's assessment of things. I think she's a little bit more on point than the pro crypto people.
For sure.
But
you usually
I'm always open to being wrong. I'm always open to being wrong.
Course,
and two things that Allison said recently that resonated with me is because we talked about on one episode the importance of unity, and she said she thinks unity is overrated, and that she's more about standing in her position and providing clarity. And she also said, I'm not a part of any movement. I'm just here to provide clarity.
No,
I like that,
and I love that. I love that. And I mean, but because you got to be real, there are a lot of introverts out here. There's a lot of computer science people. They're not trying to do things the extroverted way that we might do things. But I like how she says that, you know, it's not about unity, but the problem is,
but see, I was going to say that to go back to that unity point, I do think, and I think tribalism is actually a good thing. I know tribalism is spoken about as if it's, you know, a detriment to democracy and all this other stuff, but tribes is actually the most natural form of human social organization.
Why do you think all of
tribal peoples are wiped out by these colonizers?
And when you say tribes, you're saying
tribal cultures?
Tribal cultures, okay.
But not only that, I mean, even so, that's
finding
the history.
I thought you were talking
today,
about like
you know, you're right.
Tribe.
Finding your tribe in today's world is a little bit different. But to her point about unity is, I feel like I agree with her that unity might be overrated in the sense that we don't need to unify society. We don't need to unify America or the world. We need to unify around is it the idea or the belief, or is it just being real? You know,
it's like being real, G.
But it's being real.
Yeah, it's being real. But that's the thing. We live in a utopia of information and how you should think, feel, and everything else is like told to you through a screen or through a parent or through what
Right.
there are so many things that keep this system moving and running like a well-oiled machine. And a lot of it, I swear, it doesn't even really have to do with what these powerful entities are even doing. I mean, it does, of course, but a lot of it is just when you have a lost herd, man, and you don't know where you come from, and you're taught bullshit in schools, and all your information is censored, which we were just talking about, and so many other things. I mean, you're basically you're programming. Well, we've talked about that so much to you know to you blue in the face. But I'm just saying, I want to see it. I want to see it, and it's kind of like this crypto thing, man. I mean, it's not even that they're not worried about us. I mean, man, we're still in our early 30s, so maybe, but they're worried about the folks that are coming up, man. They're trying to create a whole new society out here. This is what that's about. They don't care about the seniors no more. And
well, that's what Allison's talking about. Just don't get children on the blockchain. That's the center of her whole purpose, I would say.
Very true. And I hope that those messages ring loud. I hope that they ring loud, man, because
and I think that's what from her point of view, starting a tribe it's not about, unity in the sense of getting everybody to unify. It's standing strong on this I'm pro life in the sense of a biological life, organic life, and anti-synthetic, parasitical,
transhumanism.
Transhumanism, essentially.
They love that. Transhumanism. I mean, that's what it is. And the blockchain and crypto and smart goggles and the metaverse in your glasses and contact lenses is how they are going to plug everyone in. I mean,
and then they're harvesting data.
Listen,
it's all about data harvest.
I've always been I consider myself to be very rational. I hate the irrational shit. I'm very rational, and I see things. I'm not saying what I'm saying is that some things are just very, that this is exciting a lot of people right now. That a lot of people, and I'm talking kids up to hedge fund managers. You know what I'm saying? Older hedge fund managers. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to fight these entities that I'm not saying it's impossible. Nothing is impossible, but it's very difficult when everything is created to look good, smell good, taste good, and be good. And for most people who will look at us and completely roll their eyes and say, I mean, I see it on Twitter all the time, the other side of people. I don't just live in our world. I see how other people feel and think. I see it's so cut off at the knee. I mean, it's so, whoa, here goes those theories, and here goes the tinfoils, and here goes the same way that we're rooted in our shit, they're rooted in their shit the same way.
Yeah.
And I've told you since day one, since we first started this, a lot of people like them, a different sort of reality has to happen for a lot of people for them to even begin to even think about consuming truth, authentic, organic truth, or not even, okay, what mix what you're saying, James, truth, okay, just questioning things or asking the right question, asking a question at all. How about that? Let's start there. Just ask.
This is a segue. This is the perfect segue into the controlled opposition discussion, because I've got my list here, my list of influential people. I did a top 25, and then I did an honorable mention, and then I did unpopular but still influenced me. And then I have a couple of personal mentors and a couple of friends and family that I want to shout out. But as I was doing this, I was like, let me just pick one example here off of my honorable mention list. So let's see. I've got, so Judy Mikovits. Judy Mikovits is on my honorable mention list. Judy Mikovits is a former virologist. She wrote a book called Plague of Corruption back in 2019, actually, like right before this whole COVID thing started. And if you read it, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's not like she predicted it, but she kind of predicted it. Mm-hmm. But like she didn't even realize she was predicting it because it hadn't happened yet, you know. So the way it's written,
one thing that like, I realized 2 years later, just to piggyback off what you're saying, when people say, "Oh my God, how did you predict it?" or "How did you know that?" People, do you understand that
their plans are written? There's documents. Yes. They've planned this for a long time. It's not even. I mean,
listen. Shout out to George Orwell, but let's be real, man. Obvious. Oh my God, right. I could write a book called 1985. I could write a book called 2020, and in 50 years from now, look like a genius because I could tell you everything that's coming. You know, I could be close enough to telling you what's coming based off of what we're seeing them doing. The coercion, the deception, the manipulation, the forcing, the blockchain, like you're talking about, even taking the Allison McDowell approach from it. So I mean, it's a lot of way, and no disrespect to anybody that has written anything that has predicted in a way, because at the end of the day, you still have to have balls to put this information together, put it out to the people, and stand by it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So shout out to, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's actually, you're right on point. Because so Allison, as much as I love her and is positive as I feel about her message and the worldview that she shares, she is not afraid. She says it herself. I'm very direct. Like if she feels like somebody is even close to pro blockchain, she will name names. And so Judy Mikovits, the reason I named her is because I don't know that Allison's ever directly called Judy Mikovits out, but Judy is associated with Children's Health Defense, which is one of the more prominent anti-vax companies or entities out there, run by RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I consider both of them. I mean, listen, I'm not pro-vaccine, but Allison has exposed Children's Health Defense as controlled opposition. Even though they're anti-vax, they're kind of subtly promoting like trace and track and precision medicine, which is still like pro blockchain and getting people on the blockchain, digital ID, this sort of thing. So it's like the opposite end. Instead of a vaccine passport, you can be on the blockchain and whatever. So so Judy Mikovits, this is just a good example of, okay, there is evidence out there with her association with Children's Health Defense that she could be called controlled opposition. Okay. And there's a lot of people on this list as I go through it that there is evidence that they're controlled opposition because of some association that they have. Okay. So
follow the money.
So here's my thing with controlled opposition. First of all, you have to define opposition. All right. So
and let's define it, G, because I want you to define it, because it's a funny thing is it's a very popular word in popular culture these days. I mean, all rap music talk about the ops. It's always a shout out to ops, and let's define
well, that's operatives. Technically, I think they're talking about operatives, government operatives.
Ops, but ops is also the last three words in cops too.
Oh yeah, and then
ops
opposition.
Is still in opposition. I mean, it's a play off a lot of things.
True. Yeah. Hip hop, gotta love it. We'll get to that too.
Oh yeah, we will.
So my thing about controlled opposition is this. Okay. This is one, he's on my top 25, but it's just the best example for me to talk about this is Joe Rogan. Okay. And the reason why I wanted to talk about controlled opposition in the same podcast where we talk about censorship is this, to me, okay, Joe Rogan, there's evidence out there. He's controlled opposition. Elon Musk, I know you have certain types of feelings about Elon Musk. A lot of people don't like Elon Musk. I can certainly see where there's evidence that Elon Musk is trying to put everybody on a blockchain.
Me too.
Web
Don't get it
3
twisted.
world.
I don't want anybody to get it twisted because I got we
He's the Neuralink guy.
It's not that I know what Musk is doing. I'm just also like, yo, I'm trying to make a. Anyway, keep going, G. I'm not going to touch on that part because I need a whole segment on that to clear up my thing with Musk.
All right, we'll do that on another podcast.
Yes, we will. Yep.
We'll circle back to that. But
yeah.
But so yeah, controlled opposition for me, all right, so I'm not smart enough and I haven't fleshed these thoughts out. I'm going to be talking my thoughts out with you, right?
Okay.
So I haven't fleshed this out enough to like have it dialed in, but I know where I want to go with what I want to say here. So controlled opposition, Joe Rogan being a good example is like, I know that, yeah, he might be on CIA payroll, whatever. Like, maybe he's not. Here's the thing. I don't like making assumptions about anybody. And even if there is that level of like, maybe he's controlled opposition or whatever. Okay. To me, it's about, are you willing to talk about subjects that are taboo? Joe Rogan is willing to talk about subjects that are taboo. I was going through the list on his podcast. He's got like 1,700 of them now. There were so many names I knew. That's crazy to me. Like, maybe I don't listen to all of them. Mm-hmm. Maybe a lot of them are controlled opposition. Mm-hmm. A lot of them are comedians, because he's into comedy. But man, just so many names, just so many big names. And it's like, you gotta respect that. Like, you gotta respect this guy. He's made a living off of podcasting. And that's another, I want to talk about that too. This is not, I don't want to actually make money. Listen, if people want to give me money because I'm doing so great, I'm not going to reject, I'm not rejecting any donations.
Of course.
Let me put it that way.
Right.
But Charles Eisenstein is one of my, I love Charles Eisenstein. I love a lot of the work that he's done. And a lot of people in the conspiracy community lately have been targeting him as somebody that they say he's controlled op. Allison even went after him, and I'm going to defend him, even though I agree with her point, but I'm still going to defend Charles, and we'll get to that. But I want to finish up my thoughts on just controlled opposition in general. Mm-hmm. To me, it's like, if you're talking about things that are taboo, I like that. And I don't care if somebody else wants to call you controlled opposition, because to me, it's more about having that discussion. And if I don't agree with you, like, people need to take responsibility for themselves. Mm-hmm. Like, if Joe Rogan says something, Joe Rogan says a lot of things I don't agree with. There's a lot of things that he said, his worldview and mine are not all that compatible. But you know what he does? He talks about taboo subjects. He talks about things that the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about. And that's why he has 11 million viewers compared to CNN's 500,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, yeah, maybe he is controlled. Maybe, half of my list is controlled opposition. At the end of the day, it's my responsibility. It's like what I have in my bio on Twitter, man. And this is kind of a perfect analogy, because it is what it is. It's like, if I retweet somebody, that's me endorsing the tweet, not the tweeter.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean if I retweet Candace Owens, it doesn't mean that I support Candace Owens at all. At all. At all. It means that one tweet was something that resonated with me. And so and I feel people need to take that approach to everything in life.
Of course, but they
for what you agree to.
Yeah.
Just because Fauci or Gates or Rogan or Musk or Ben Stewart, I don't care. They say they're responsible for what they say. You're responsible for what you hear. You're responsible for what you incorporate into your life, what you agree to, and what you choose to act upon. So, controlled opposition or not, when people are discussing taboo topics in interesting ways, I'm going to listen to that.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And that's sort of, it's funny because that's sort of where I'm at with Musk too, though. It's like, his job is not to be Rogan. Okay. So he's not going to go as far as Rogan, but a lot of the stuff that Musk talks about and points out is like, yo, he's a nerdy, witty way of telling you to look this direction, and he could be controlled op too. Exactly.
I agree with him a lot of the time.
What
I
do we
disagree
listen?
with him a lot of the time.
First of all, it's me too. That's
exactly.
the thing.
Yeah.
First of all, anybody that has a major platform is to be questioned. I don't care. Yeah, I do not care.
Agree, 100%.
You cannot get to a certain part of the pyramid
without making some sort of deal,
without making some sort of deal with somebody. Don't care. So no matter who I'm liking, tweeting, retweeting, or endorsing, if you're not locally homegrown, I already got an eye race to you, whether I support you or not. And if I support you, it's because this is how I feel about entities like Rogan and Musk and them. Listen, more so Rogan and Musk, because I get it. Like Rogan, at least we know he was a real human, and he was not real human. We know he was a real just regular person who started a pod and blew up from that. You know, the Musk
was he though, because he was like Fear Factor host, and he was on the Man Show and stuff.
Very, very true.
He might have been groomed. He
might have been groomed
for this.
Very true. But
regardless, my point is
that, though,
he talks about things that are taboo to talk about,
and that's my
in intellectual ways. He has guests on that know how to speak to topics. Exactly. Whether they're muddying the waters or not, it's your responsibility to figure out what the water is and what the mud is. It's not, if they're getting paid to muddy the waters, that's their job. It's on you to figure it out.
Okay, great point. An even better analogy than Musk to compliment to Rogan would be the first person that ever made me say, you know what, this dude's nuts, but this shit kind of makes sense. And that was why am I drawing a blank on his name? Not Michael Moore. Michael Moore could be one of them, but I'm specifically talking about the other guy. The guy that's always ranting and raving. What's his name?
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, right?
Yeah, no, that was one of my first ones too.
First ones. And listen.
And he's clearly, you talk about the definition of controlled opposition.
But why would I care? You know why? Exactly. Because if you listen to it, no matter how extreme he might be, all of the topics.
There's some gems. The
topics that he's talking about is the topics that you need to say, yo, he might be nuts with what he's saying, or I don't want to believe him, but let me go look into what he's talking about, because the stuff that people be canceling, it's so funny. G, I rant about this all the time when we talk. The same shit that you're canceling is the same shit that you can literally go find on the CDC website, right? Like literally, like you think that it's some tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist just rambling shit off, when you can literally take most of the stuff people say and find that it's actually true. It's not. That's what's so funny about people canceling people with stuff, when it's like, before you cancel, why don't you go look into it and just tell me what you find first? Then cancel all you want to, or do whatever. But same thing. Alex Jones, Rogan, all of these guys. I mean, whatever. It's like they're talking about, like you said, taboo topics that will at least bring you to the, they say you can't bring a horse to a water, you can't bring it to the water and make it drink. It at least will bring you to the pond. And then, it's up to you on where you want to go with it, doing deep dives, doing research, going down the rabbit hole. But, just to piggyback off of that, like, I know exactly what you mean. That's not, and
to go back to a couple things, to tie together some disparate points that we made. It's like Alex Jones being the example. It's like you said something about you don't get to a certain platform without making certain deals. It's like Alex Jones has the platform he has because he's made certain deals to purposefully muddy the water, but you can't muddy the water without having some water. So There's a lot of true gems in there, but he has to do the crazy stuff so that the media can then turn around and portray him as crazy Alex Jones. Absolutely. So that you then discredit the true things that he's saying.
That's a very popular tactic used It's a very popular tactic used amongst folks like B.O.B and many other entities that have started conversations that, regardless of if you agree on them or not, why don't you just look into them? I bet look into them. I mean,
why does, let me first state, I do not believe in flat Earth, but the reason I state that is,
I do
why
not believe
is
in
the knee-jerk reaction to flat Earth mocking flat earthers? Why can't you, to your point, look into it?
That's how culture has been created. It's been programmed to, instead of saying, "Oh man, that shit sounds crazy," but let me just do some research on it, because it's not like I fucking know, and it's not like you fucking know, and it's not like any of y'all fucking know.
And to something else that you've said in previous podcasts, it's like, you want to hear about human experience, real, true stories. What have you experienced? And to me, my experience, when I actually looked into the flat Earth stuff, Eric Dubé being the one that I looked into, because he is one of the more prominent ones in that community. And B.O.B, that's the one he shouted out in the song. You know, debate with, he said something about, debate with, Eric Dubé, basically. Don't debate with me, debate with Eric Dubé.
Debate with him. Yep.
Yeah. And so I got a couple of Eric Dubé's books. I'll tell you, it changed my worldview. I did not become a flat earther. I didn't go that far. I wasn't that convinced, but because I didn't just automatically reject it as, doing with the mainstream thing, oh, these crazy flat earthers, you know what I mean? Because I actually took the time to look into it, I realized that there's a lot of evidence to show that it's not what we're told it is. Now he takes that evidence and says he believes the earth is flat.
Right.
Due to ancient scriptures, and his argument for the flat earth didn't convince me. That wasn't, and it could be, I could be wrong. He might be right. That didn't convince me. But where he started, the evidence against what we've been told it is, changed my worldview.
Yeah.
I believe the universe is a hologram. And if the universe is a hologram, then the earth is a hologram as well. So that means that the eye of the beholder, it could be flat, it could be spherical, it could be six-dimensional.
I keep coming back to, I just think it's so funny how people are so sure of so many things.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've always laughed at that.
They hold on to what they know, but they're not even willing to ask the question. Not even willing to question their belief.
Gee, what I've realized, I mean, listen, I can sit here for hours and we talk about things, I give opinions, and I love this. I love doing this stuff. At the end of the day, if somebody wants to understand me and how I look at things, it's very simple. I don't know shit and y'all don't know shit. We just don't know shit. There's so much that we learn about things and expound on and expand on. And obviously there are things that we can be very sure of based off of certain mathematics and based off of certain I hate
repeatable scientific
experiments. They've made me hate using the word science these days, but based off of
repeatable, observable scientific experiments.
There we go. Thank you, G, for that. Not just saying, oh, science, that's it, just science.
Right.
But actual deep dives and data and studies and observations and all of that stuff, and there's a lot of that we can be good at a lot of those things and still realize, man, we really have a lot of questions here. And it's okay to have questions. It's okay to be not know either. And it's okay to say, let me listen to some stuff and let me check some things out. And it, all of that, well, what does that help, James? It helps you in your time of reflection, meditation, observation, self journey. It helps you be
a phrase that Ben Stewart has been saying a lot lately, and I just, this is where you're going with it, and it seemed like you were having difficulty articulating what you wanted to say. Refining the blade of discernment, sharpening your blade of discernment, of evaluation, of judgment, but in a good way, like judging what energy is providing you with where should you give your energy to, what's going to give you the most return on your time, on what you literally, your energy, what you spend your time on.
Right.
That is that where you were going with that?
That's exactly where I was going with it, because ultimately at the end of the day, there's a lot of distractions out here, and now more than ever. There's something for everything. There's a million different options. There's 24/7 because of social media. So there's 24/7 everything. So it's very important to be able to discern things, to be able to maneuver through the minutia, and to be able to say, my spirit and my what I always talk about, intuition, is telling me that what I'm hearing or what I'm seeing is some bullshit. I mean, think about how much better just in the last 2 years, G, that we've gotten with being able to identify a bullshit video. I mean, my God, imagine the amount of people that are out here that see something and immediately think it's real because clearly it's a video. My eyes are seeing it. It had to happen. That's not the case all the time. There's deep fakes. There's just fake. There's CGI. There's so many things that can be created to manipulate you, to lead you astray, that you have to be able to have good discernment skills now. And in a world in which some people might say, I don't know where to even begin with that, it comes from just admitting that you don't know anything, and that it's okay to ask questions, and it's okay to listen to different theories and observations, because your spirit, your plug into earth and the holy whatever entity this we're plugged into, will start to reveal itself for you. You can't even explain it. You can't explain it. You start to feel when something ain't right, or don't feel right, or don't look right, or don't seem right, or whatever, And I mean, I think a big part of my journey, G, that I'm kind of happy about, I've been happy to feel like I didn't grow up reading a million books and really knowing a bunch of stuff, consider, obviously the stuff that we learned at school and all that crap. But I'm talking about like kind of really fleshing things out through experience and through intuition and through allowing myself to be open-minded enough to take from other people's experiences and observations and their truth, or in a lot of cases, their facts that they have put together and presented for a rational, open-minded individual to sit, ponder, and go through their own journey in whatever way that journey looks like for them, because everyone's journey is different. You know what I mean? And
I think sports were huge for me as a kid.
What was?
Sports.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're out, number one. It's exercise, it's strategy, it's teamwork, interacting with other people, all of that. I mean, all of those are crucial life skills, social skills. So yeah, I would say sports was huge for me growing up, but
absolutely same here.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna let you start.
Curiosity though too.
I'm gonna let you start giving out. Let's start giving out flowers, man. Because like I said, we're not primary researchers. We're just here to point you in directions that you might find interesting. You don't obviously need to take everything we say and go follow every breadcrumb that we drop, but there might be something or someone that we talk about when we start giving out flowers that you're like, oh, that would be cool. That sounds like that resonates with you, and you might want to look into that, and it helps you out. So these are the reason we want to share what we're about to share, is because it helped us out. It shaped our worldview or our life or the way that we think about things in a way that benefited us, that refined the blade of our discernment, so to speak. And yeah, man, I'm gonna let you start.
I think just thinking about it from the more so the beginning and moving my way through my life. I mean, for me, a big entity, music, G, was a big, specifically hip hop, as we all know. I just remember going to Walmart and getting those singles and starting to tap into one of the first singles I ever bought was Naughty by Nature. And then it was some Snoop Dogg ones, some Dr. Dre ones, some Eminem ones. First album I ever bought was the Eminem album. And I think right after that was Chronic 2001, Dr. Dre album. And it was the music and the subjects that were being talked about that first started the, oh, there's another way to maybe emotionally like look or feel about something that is either you're passionate about or bothering you, or is an issue in society or issue in your community. And it really started, huh?
Something that feels real.
Something that feels real. And coming from a musical family, you know, it really helped me find my own, like, I see, you know, kind of moment in music. And I think for me and my journey and trying to put all that together, it really started when I listened to Nas, you know. And I want to give flowers to Nas because A, that's where it started for me. And B, you know, this segment is to give these flowers. And
I'm going to put links
look at
in the description. I'm going to put links to something significant from everything, all of the flowers that we give.
Awesome. That's awesome. For me with him, it was the ability to have such a platform and talk about the subjects that he was talking about, such a, you know, an Illmatic and you know, fast forward to just his whole catalog, but Stillmatic and some of his other projects. It just, for me personally, it was what made me first say, God, this is an amazing thing here, you know, that he's a part of, that segued me into it myself. So I probably, you know, now, you know, I know there's, listen, at that same time frame, there's friends, there's family, there was coaches, you know, I was heavily in the church, involved in church at that time. There's some things that I could say, but reflecting on my journey and who I really am as a person, it really starts with that. It really starts with I think right there with Nas and giving him his flowers. And to add to that, seeing how the respect that he's getting now, you know, it's like, it seems like the industry and even entities in the game that you know are quote unquote even more on top of the hierarchy, like Jay-Z in the rap game, giving him his flowers now, and he's getting the respect, he's getting Grammys now, he's getting his flowers now. So I'm here to also give him his flowers as a fan, because being a part of his discography so early in my hip hop ear journey really started it with me.
I mean, bro, he's been rapping for 30 years now.
And that's the thing. I found hip hop through hip hop.
I mean, he's been rapping damn near as long as we've been alive, bro.
Absolutely.
And probably as long as we've been alive.
And I think him,
you know, going back to when he really started, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I'm thankful to have come up in a time where I have an ear that is very ever evolving. I love all sorts of different genres and subcategories of hip hop now, even some of the new bucks with the turn up and the trap sound. But I'm always able to stay rooted because it started with hip hop for me. It started with hip hop for me. So, and that start was because of Nas. So I want to start there with my brother Nas, to be honest.
Go ahead, man. Keep it going. I just do your whole thing. Do your whole thing, and then I'm gonna do my whole thing.
You know, as you can see, G, I didn't really have a list, but I got it in my head. I think also around that time, who else was influential? Obviously, starting from the back up, you know, I think one important figure in my life that I always want to point to, of course, and everybody in my circle knows, Coach White was Mark White was very influential in my life, and keeping me straight and you know, through my athletic journey, through dad being sick, through scholarships and through everything that was happening in that part of my life, high school through early stages of college. And, you know, things happened in college that didn't work out for me as far as that's concerned. But obviously, as you know, as we get older and reflect on things, there's no denying how influential Coach White was in my life, and many other people at that time too. But I'm kind of focusing on the highlights of it. And Coach White was, of course, at that time, was a big piece of that. I think obviously my dad, who it's easy to say your parents, but hey, for some people, they don't have relationships with their family. So I am still going to say my dad. And to this day, he's been an important figure for me, and giving him his flowers just as far as always letting me be me in a sense, never really trying to force me to be nothing I'm not, always trying to lead and guide in a sense, but as any parent would do, but always still letting me make my own mistakes and live my own life the way that we're learning to live it in a sense. So definitely want to give flowers there too. I want to give where else can I want to, to be honest, which I'm at this point kind of moving into the phase of and then staying in that realm from then to even now. I already gave you your flowers, G, but to compliment that, a good friend of mine who's been on this podcast as well, LT, he's been very critical in my evolution of understanding money and understanding finances and understanding a lot of other things that have shaped and molded me along the way. And we all grew up together. So very influential. I try to keep my circle very small. And shout out to all my homies. Obviously, this is not missing anybody. I've got great friends, Ashton and you, and so many other people that have been influential to me. But obviously, I'm just calling out overarching people for some of these sections in life. So LT being another big one, who deserves flowers. But I guess to also add to that, my moment, and I tell my story on the earlier episodes about like how I even fell into this awakening stage, but
I need to clip that actually. That's a good reminder.
Yeah. But it wasn't per se any individual per se. My journey really was me. Now, like I tell in the story, there was something that
triggered
made me, there was some outside of what word am I looking for? There was some supernatural situation,
anomalous
anomaly that happened that started that me saying I need to look into this, and that kind of led into a bunch of other things. But I just think at that time, though, I'm trying to think of who was
any authors that you read, any YouTube people that you follow, podcasters, other musicians aside from Nas. I know you love
Kanye.
I know you love Kanye.
Yeah, and Ye too. I mean, Ye, yes, I am going to give Ye his flowers. Yes, I am. I mean, Ye.
Talk about a controlled opposition candidate.
Yes,
I know you're going to defend him.
It's not about defending him. It's about going back to what we were talking about.
He talks about things that he's not supposed to talk about.
He talks about,
right. You might not. I don't agree with everything he says. I don't agree with
the way nobody. No, and listen.
And we can go ahead and talk about this right now. The Kanye and Big Sean drink.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
I'm on Big Sean's side with that. Big Sean has done too much for Kanye for him.
For sure.
Throwing him under the bus publicly.
Now, like that. I will say. And Ye could have handled what I will say about that. Ye could have handled it a little differently. I don't like that. First and foremost, I am all about good music, as we know. For not just because of Ye, because of what they do, what they can do, what they have done, and what they can do if they and when they want to, and they'll be back fine. One thing, if people pay attention to Ye will never let a issue linger for too long. He just won't. He'll go and he'll have a Gemini moment, and he'll be like, "Man, I probably could have handled that a little differently," and then he'll go take care of it. So I'm not worried about Ye and Big Sean, but I do think he could have handled it a little differently. Okay, and I wish that I wish that they had talked and dealt with it, and I'm sure Sean's going to get his $6 million or whatever he's owed. Everything will be okay. Now, what I want to say about it though is, G, as somebody who knows how important it is when we're talking about, hey, if I'm running my own political party here, and we know the truth about what these other entities is doing, I just would prefer you to not be coming out and repping any of those other parties, at least in public. I do agree with Ye on that part. Now, did Ye have to come out and handle it that way and say, I should have never signed Sean and I should have? No, he didn't have to do that. He started, first of all, you asked a Gemini to start drinking brown liquor, and somebody with an ego like it, you already know you bound to get some good sound bites. Okay, so let's remember the boy was off the Henny. You know what happened the last time he was off the Henny? Taylor Swift got embarrassed. So let's be real. So okay, but what I will say is, G, if me and you know what's up with politics. If you was running your own party and I was over here giving Biden the hand job, I'm sure you wouldn't be happy with me either. All right, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But Big Sean never did endorse Biden. Yeah, I know he did a show or whatever, but he never endorsed Biden.
I still understand Ye looking sideways. Now, like I said, did Ye have to come out and say that?
Well, my only comment on the whole situation is, you know, I like Kanye too, so I am sympathetic to what you're saying, but as somebody who can take a step back and look at both of those podcasts from an unbiased point of view, Big Sean sounded like an adult.
Oh, cool. I get that.
And Kanye, there were definitely some moments where he sounded like a spoiled brat, to put it bluntly.
And we know that much about Ye at this point, so we shouldn't be too taken aback by that.
But the last thing I got to say about it
doesn't make it right how he handled it. No, it doesn't.
I was already feeling that way throughout the episode, but then something that Big Sean said at the very end of his episode that was like, he won me over. He said, well, I've read the 4 agreements and, you know, we can just sit down. We'll sit down and hash this out. We'll get it straight. Just like you were just talking about. He's like, he was being an adult.
I literally didn't even hear him say that. G, you know, I would have.
You got to catch the very end of it. You got to catch the very end.
I thought I did, but I might have been distracted.
I've read the 4 agreements, and I was like, "That's my Big Sean. I've always liked you, but now I fucking love you, man."
and like I said, listen, Ye will never let a problem linger too long. Jay, Consequence, anybody out of Chicago. I mean, you name all of his Drake now, you name them all. And the Drake thing might still be here and there. That might just be business, but still.
I'm also a Talib Kweli fan, and he throwing.
I mean, it is what it is.
I get that.
It is what it is. Ye got a right to. Ye got the ear of a lifetime. If Ye don't like it, Ye don't like it. Whatever. I mean, I like some of what Talib has done throughout the year, but you know, if it ain't gonna work for Ye, it ain't gonna work for Ye. He got a right to feel that way. I don't care about what he said about Talib. My thing was the Big Sean thing. I did not like how he came out and said what he said, but they will be fine. They will be fine. They will work it out. And that. Now, back to the controlled opposition piece. Let me tell you something. Ye is trying to just live at this point, okay? Ye is trying to live, all right? Now, I don't think he's running around fearful for his life per se, but Ye know that Ye has already, especially when they drug him off stage and took him to UCLA, Ye already know what time it is, okay? With these entities that he is up against. So, controlled opposition, what more do you want the man to say other than taking a video recorder down in the cloning facilities? I don't know what else you want the man to do. It's like, he starts ranting and people just tune him out or they just stop listening. You have to listen to him. You have to sift through some things sometimes because he starts, that's fine, whatever, sift through it. I mean, this is what
you nailed it. That was an exact phrase I was going to use. You got to be able to sit when it comes to controlled opposition. But not even just Kanye, whether you're talking about Alex Jones or Joe Rogan or any of these controlled oppositions, it's up to you. It's your responsibility to sift through and find the nuggets of truth.
Right.
and find out what's bullshit. And if you're looking for people that are not going to bullshit you at all, you need to look for small platforms like me or Conspiracy, or people that are probably wrong about some things, and that's why they don't even censor us, is because eventually down the road we're going to look like idiots when half the stuff we said turns out to be bullshit. But we're all
looking pretty golden right now. Since 2020,
you're right, not half. It's certainly not half, but maybe even just. But that's the thing, James. They run the branding and the marketing in this world. So all we have to do is slip up one time.
Of course. And then they're gonna point to that right.
I mean, look at B.O.B. He's talking about the realest shit in every
made
category.
Elements, and yet they focused on flat Earth. Yeah.
That's the exact point I was about to make. Is this man made Elements. Anybody who's listening, just listen to the 4 Elements projects, mixtapes, albums, whatever, from B.O.B.
Yep.
And tell me why all they wanted to talk about was flat Earth. Because they're trying to discredit all the truth he's talking about. So that's my point. That's my point with Ye. And the last thing I'll say about Ye, and we'll move on, is Ye is in a different point of his life. The man's a billionaire, okay? So we also got to remember that he's been disassociated from down here for a little. Now he's trying to regroom himself. That's why he doesn't live in homes and he's in the middle of nowhere and does all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, a lot of what Ye rants about, Ye's ranting about from the perspective of, hey, when you creators and you influencers and podcasters and musicians, when you get here and you're being hosed because of the contracts and you're being not letting you blow up and you trying to get into other industries and you can't get in because you're a rapper and they put this label on you and this, that, and the third. And what happens with some of these famous people's kids, like that rant that he went on Twitter about his daughters, which nobody caught. I've talked about this before. Nobody caught what he was talking about with his daughters. Nobody caught when he was talking about that stuff. But basically, he was just talking about, they thought he was having a, what grinds my gears is when somebody is emotional about something and they get slapped with the, oh, he's having a manic episode. Oh, he's mental health. Oh, blase. Listen, okay, I'm not big enough yet for me to be having to re-step over all my words and say, just in case, I'm not saying that mental health isn't a thing. We all know mental health is a thing, okay? All right, we get it. But what I'm talking about is just using that as a scapegoat to slap on anything and everything because you don't understand it or because someone is showing a little emotion. That's exactly to the point of that clip from Dave Chappelle talking about we need to stop calling people crazy. It's dismissive.
Seriously.
It's just an excuse to not listen to him. Yes. I don't understand you, so you're crazy.
And now the new word for crazy is mental. The new term for crazy is mental health, right? Well, they just group it under the same umbrella. Is my point, right?
Some sort of mental health disorder.
Some sort of mental health.
Bipolar.
Bipolar, mantic. Bipolar and mantic are the two things that I've heard more in the last 2 years than ever.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, but anyway, my point. I'm wrapping up what I'm saying about Ye. Ye talks to the people. Ye also is dealing with things where it's like, he's talking to the people that are trying to get into that world, and he knows what they're going to be up against when they get in there. And he's trying to dismantle and uproot systems and change things. Controlled op or not. Listen to what he's saying, and you don't have to
sift it yourself. That's what it comes down to. The whole controlled opposition thing for me comes down to, they are responsible for what they say. You're responsible for what you take away from it.
There you go.
Simple as that for me.
All right. Well, I'm done with Ye at the moment. I think moving past Ye, Flowers. I mean, listen.
I know you were on Russell Brand for a minute. He's not on my list, but I expected him to be on your lists that you have in your head.
I don't have. You know what? Russell Brand might be the only one who's dead. Well, listen. Maybe he's controlled. But let me tell you about Russell Brand. And let me tell you what I look for when I'm trying to decipher between these entities, right? These people. Who is getting pushed and promoted as the conspiracy person versus who is doing it and they don't really want them to be popularized. Russell Brand is one who my algorithms ain't putting him in front of me. Okay.
Yeah.
My
I don't know. Maybe though. They're like he's low key.
Listen, you got to remember,
he's definitely plugged in.
he's plugged in because of how he started. But you're right, G. But listen.
I mean, even B.O.B, even
you're
Stewart, even Don Miguel. It's like you got to be skeptical.
You got
even me. I could be controlled up and not even know it. You know what I mean? That's where we're at this point.
Well, very true.
With the CIA, nano dust, and all this, like.
No, very, very true. Listen, I'm in no way.
If you're gonna keep it real, you got to keep it all the way real.
Anybody, you know, like I'm listen. Don't misconstrue what I'm saying. Anybody at that level, and you know, I already said that earlier. Anyway, my thing is, I do. If you want me to be slightly optimistic, G, I do believe sometimes that there is a gray area between the people who get into that world. And they get to see the stuff that we haven't even really started talking about yet. Because there's topics that I haven't even really, I mean, we've touched on them, but I haven't really dug into them on the pod yet for certain reasons.
But not that that's like, you know, go listen to the Tinfoil Hat podcast, Sam Tripoli.
Absolutely.
Got a lot of that, you know. That's why I want to be different. This is first and foremost. These are therapy sessions,
right? First and foremost, right? Now, but going
and
we're
back telling our story,
exactly. But back to what I was saying, that's what I mean. It's like I do believe that there are people who get in that world. I believe Bernie Mac is a great example. His story resonates because anybody who knew Bernie Mac, other than the people who knew him that knew was. Bernie Mac to me is a great example to point to of folks who, yeah, he was in it. He was in the game. He was he was plugged in and was going straight to the top. But, you know,
he said some things that they didn't want him to say.
Well, not even saying things. Sometimes you start to see things.
He started to opt out.
He started to opt out, right? And there's not a lot of ways to opt out, but sometimes if you've done enough, you can opt out as long as you keep your mouth closed and, you know, but, you know, there was some people in his circle that wanted people to know that he was going to be talking about some things that he had seen and witnessed in some of the things that Bob have talked about, some of the centers that Bob have talked about underneath of us. Apparently through everything that Bernie had saw, that was the one thing that fucked with him more than anything, was seeing that. Because when you see that, in my research, because the people that know about that don't believe that they're really human. They believe that they're just empty, soulless vessels. They feel that they can treat them and do whatever they want to them. They're disposable. They don't look at them as compatible in a sense. And I think,
they don't.
And even watching some of the propagandized movies that Hollywood has put out over the years, as you can see in some movies, there are plenty of people that still become emotionally attached to these things and entities. And not even just that. I mean, it's down to that movie Her, where the dude fell in love with his damn cell phone, you know? So my point is that some people don't like the stuff that they start to see happens to these entities.
You said that, right? As I was reaching for my cell phone. just had to put that in there.
So, but anyway, the whole Bernie Mac thing just came up because I believe it showed me that I do believe that you could still be plugged in and still might get to a point in your stages, you know, 1, 2, 3 Mason level on the pyramid, and you might see something that really fucks with your spirit and you can't deal with it. And
you think that's what sent Dave Chappelle to Africa?
Yeah, man. Well, I don't know about I don't know this dude. I don't know, but the Dave Chappelle before, yeah, that's what sent him.
The skinny Dave.
The skinny Dave that there's other differences too, but some people might say, well, that's a nitpick difference, or that happens when you, okay, I guess, man. But
Skull shape though, that's a
there's some things there. But anyway,
there's some things there. We're not going to go down that.
There's some things there.
We're not going down that.
We're not going down there, but there's some things there. But I say that to just say that, I do believe that there are people who are plugged in even to this day. I mean, and when we call them controlled op, it's like they trying to tell you something, but I mean, what can you really say without getting off, looking crazy, being sent to the mental house, or getting your freaking head shocked by the reprogramming? I mean,
yeah, no, I get you. I get you.
There's so much information and research on how all that.
Yeah, I was laughing at you with the graphene oxide, and I mean, even there's a clip with Allison talking about that. I'm gonna.
You know what, G? To be honest, that's starting to be my theory more so than anything. The more we dig into this, now don't disconnect. I think 5G is a part of it too. I think the nanotechnology is a part. All of that it's all related.
It's all connected. It's all related.
It's all
the Internet of Bodies. It's the
Internet of Bodies.
Exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely.
The colonization of our biology. They have no land left to colonize. So now the next iteration of this hyper-capitalist world is to colonize the body and to get data from that, and then you can nudge behaviors. You can, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically encourage. That's not the exact word I'm looking for, but you can encourage certain behaviors.
Very true.
Anyhow. True. That's Allison McDowell. If y'all want more information on that, check out the Allison McDowell stuff.
Absolutely.
But go ahead, keep going.
But that's I mean, well, you had said Brand. I mean, Brand is another one. It's another one, bro, where it's like, maybe he's controlled, man, but I've listened to enough Russell Brand to know that it's like you said, it's up to you, because he's bringing shit. He's bringing
there's enough stuff. There's a lot of truth there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But G, here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this. I've said this a lot. They don't care anymore. It's not like they don't want you to know. They already know that there's a percentage of people who's going to listen to everything that these guys are saying and say, fuck these guys. These guys is crazy. They talking some wild stuff. I ain't trying to hear it. They already know that. Then they know it's a percentage of people that's going to be like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. I already know this. Yes. And then there's a percentage of people who's going to be like, I don't know. But man, this kind of makes sense. But let me look. Let me do this. They already know. I mean, controlled up. They don't care. Everybody is playing their role. When you are plugged in, you have a role to play. Some people role is to talk this stuff. Some people role is to actually give you complete truth. I mean, I think some of the stuff that a lot of these cats is talking about is legit. But I mean, how do you know? And you got to sift through it all. And
it's your responsibility.
We're not experiencing.
You gotta refine your own intuition.
I mean, you can say that to anything.
You use the word intuition earlier, and that's what I think it ultimately comes down to, is no matter who you're interacting with, whether you're listening passively to some podcast or music or whatever it may be, or whether you're actively interacting in dialogue like we are right now, regardless, it comes back to they are responsible for what they say. You're responsible for what you hear. You're responsible for what you say.
Yep.
They're responsible for what they hear.
Absolutely.
And that's ultimately what it comes down to.
That's ultimately what it comes down to. And I mean, the amount of people and things that there is out here nowadays to listen to and to get information from, I get it and I understand it's not easy. But my thing is, why do you need to, like, do people really need to be their hand held and walk through so many conspiracy entities to know that regardless if you believe all of them or not, that the entity that you are aligning yourself with does not have your best interest at heart? Like, do you like what I'm saying there is, like, regardless.
No, you're onto something there.
I mean,
Making a great point.
regardless of how much shit you think people are spewing that is like conspiracy or detrimental to people, do you really think that because of what is the CDC or because it's Fauci or because it's on your fucking news that these entities and these people have your best interest and heart? Like take all of that other stuff away. Like, why just start your own journey in figuring this stuff? Forget what anybody else is saying.
That's exactly to the point.
Forget it all. Just you should have enough human in you
To take
because God gave
responsibility
us
for
all
what you
human
believe.
and intuition for us to be able to be like, yeah, that don't sound right, look right, taste right, smell right, feel right, all of that.
Right.
I'm probably going to take my chances over here
Mhm.
and figure it out.
Yep.
You know, versus saying, you know, science told us, man, you know, and man, Fauci, man, Fauci, that Fauci boy, I tell you, he's a convincing fella. And Fox News and CNN, oh boy, I tell you, man, them boys got it together on there. We definitely got to listen to what they're talking about because they got it. You know, it's the news. I mean, for sure. How does that make you feel? I mean, how does that sound?
I agree.
With no question, no, you know, I always, you know, I love going back to that. I mean, oh, Jay, what are you talking about? It's proof is in the pudding that we don't question shit. Flying planes above our sky, spraying it with trails for years. It literally, it took me to college to even realize, you know, man, I'm questioning this shit. And no, I've never heard nobody.
But to be fair to you, it was just kind of starting then too, as far as really. The program definitely accelerated after 06.
Oh, okay, accelerated. But I was about to say, gee, I was noticing that earlier. I just didn't. Right. I didn't have the withdrawal.
But it was much rarer.
True.
I mean, 1999 chemtrails versus today chemtrails.
Oh no! I totally agree.
Gigantic difference. Yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah. Well, there's nothing to even say there. I totally agree. But you know.
I mean, it's my point is to be fair to you is it has only gotten more obvious as time has passed.
Exactly.
And they publicized Geo-engineering in 2016. I mean, it wasn't even a secret after 2016, but it was a conspiracy before that. Like that's what we're talking about.
But this is what I'm talking about with so many things. It's you're crazy until you read it about.
They rebranded it instead of chemtrails. It's Geo-engineering.
Geo-engineering. Right? And this is why we have
to have a positive spin on it.
The positive spin. Oh, well, some areas don't get rain, so we want to be able to. Yeah, okay. All right. Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, you know what? But I'll tell you one thing. Once again, it's one of those things where it's like, when you know enough, we don't have to know everything. But when you know enough, you can maneuver differently. And let me tell you what a lot of people are dealing with right now is fear. And let me tell you what understanding this shit really, not their form of understanding, but understanding a lot of this stuff, even down to COVID, you will move with a lot less fear in life, people, if you just start to not be fearful, dive into understanding these things head first. Because even if they sound scary on what's to come, you can better prepare yourself for how to maneuver through it all, you know? And it doesn't happen overnight, people. It takes time. You're going to have to years and reading and research and being wrong and being okay with being wrong and trying again and listening to yourself to even begin to understand what intuition is and it's a journey. That's why you always hear me say journey, you know, awakening journey, because it is a journey and I'm not there yet. No one's there yet. I mean, but it better helps you just maneuver through a lot of this stuff, you know, and leads you to where you're going to be led to. I solely believe the truth is there for all of us. Our guiding light, whatever that guiding light may be, spirit, God, entity, whatever people want to call it, will move you toward all of that if you want to be moved toward it, you know. But man, you know, you got to be able to think for yourself, and you got to be able to critically think, boy, because it's only getting harder, G. Because it's only getting harder.
Water's only getting muddier.
It's only getting muddier. I mean, how can I talk to my people about certain things when literally all they got to do is pull up a video about some of the stuff that's happened over the years. And it's hard for me to explain to them why that's may not be a real video though. Like, and by the time people start talking about, oh man, it's fake videos out here, it'll be 10 years later and we'll be so deep down that goddamn wave as a society, it won't even matter no more. Too late. You didn't listen to us 10, 15 years earlier. So now here we are. So, like I always say, slippery slope, G. There's a lot of slippery slopes out here, bro, that we be playing with. Cancel culture, censorship, all of that. Since slippery slopes. You give somebody.
I see the positive to it though, because it forces those that want to be awake that are still asleep to wake up. It forces those that are awake to continue down the journey that we're talking about of refining your blade of discernment. Mm-hmm. And it allows the people that want to be asleep to keep being numb and going down your path of living a damn near meaningless life.
Yep.
Robotic life, and that's their choice though.
Yeah.
So my stance on that has changed too. Instead of like trying to convince them and stuff like, I don't even do that anymore. My position with that is you have to respect, show that if ultimately what we're looking for is the growth and maturity and awareness. I was going to say freedom, but I think I like the word awareness better because freedom a lot of times is still,
murky.
Well, it's like free in what sense, right? Or free in what capacity or in what circumstance, in what situation, free from certain things or free to do. I think real freedom comes from your spirit. It comes from not censoring yourself, what we were talking about earlier. But I think awareness, I think tapping into that awareness and that growth, that as long as we're not being restricted from growing, then I don't, I see things playing out like I've talked about a lot. I know it, but I've said it on a previous episode. The darker it gets, the worse it gets. Maybe I'm an asshole. Maybe, maybe I'm going along with the elitists a little bit too much in thinking this way, but I really do think it's like, wake up or go to sleep, like in Ben Stewart, one of the only 2 videos that YouTube did reject, of course, was one of my clips with Ben Stewart. So guys, please go on the BitChute or the Rumble.
Oh wow,
watch that clip.
That one is the one that
of course, right? Of course, Ben Stewart. It's called Two Paths, and it's so real. We're going on 2 paths, right? And the paths are diverging further and further. You're either going along with the COVID narrative, you're going to keep getting your boosters, you're going to be as plugged in as definitionally possible, by definition, plugged in, or you're going to remain loyal to biological and organic life. And again, we're using the internet, right? We're using technology. There's probably technology inside of us that we haven't consented to, right? More than likely, but I think when you begin to agree and to consent to being a cyborg, and that's when you go down the road of being hackable by some other entity. And at the end of the day, I want to maintain even the word sovereignty. Allison McDowell broke that word down in one of her episodes, and it's like sovereignty within a reign. The word reign is in sovereign. Well, who are you? So if you're sovereign, well, that means you're sovereign within the reign of some other entity or empire. It's like, I think it's more about, never censoring yourself, always using your voice, and always expressing the art that is genuine within your heart and your brain, and bringing those into coherence, and having gratitude for life, and being fully alive.
Absolutely. I like how you put that.
But yeah, man, this has already been a great episode, and I've got a lot more. So let's just like pick up the pace a little bit.
Let's go. Let's rock. Rapid fire.
Any other musicians aside from the few that we've named that
I
Biggie's
could go. I could go on for days about musicians.
but
I'm trying to catch
name like I don't
overarching.
want to say a top 5, but like a top 10 or top 15, like the ones that immediately come to the top of your head. Don't have to think about it too hard. Just ones that you're like,
Oh,
these
I
are
mean, with
big
musicians,
influences.
I already said Nas and Ye, but obviously then there's Jay, then there's, I mean, Biggie. You gotta, I mean, it's easy to say Biggie and Pac, but for me specifically, Biggie, just because I really saw like, damn, this dude, like his rap, this is just his cadences and his hooks and just his raps. And to be honest, a sacrificial lamb, two huge sacrificial lambs, literally, for hip hop to be where it's at today. Because it wouldn't be where it's at today if they didn't, believe it or not, people, that's just how the powers to be operate, and that's how certain entities operate. They got it. They go off of numbers and sacrifices, and some people call it devil worship, and I'm sure it's a lot of that shit in there too. I think a lot of it just comes back down to rituals. I think a lot of people slap the devil on stuff that they don't understand anyway. Um, Even though there's a lot of Satanism in music, in the music industry. My point in saying all of that is just to say, um, you know, flowers to Biggie, of course, just because that was the start of things. But continuing to flow out with musicians. I mean, listen, I am a out here. I get, I be having arguments with people all the time, with people who don't have evolving ears. My ear will never be stuck in one time frame. It won't, because that's not how it operates. Hip hop is ever evolving. Music is ever evolving. Sound is ever evolving.
Okay,
And
but going back to 2001 or whenever you got into Nas, and going from that point forward, who were some of the names that come to mind?
Oh man, Eminem. I was really heavy in listening to a lot of Aftermath. I was listening to a lot of Aftermath at that time because a lot of Aftermath was in the stores as singles. But Naughty by Nature, a lot of up north artists, um, Cannabis and Cypress Hill, and and all of those kind of guys. I mean, my goodness, and just like, and just Big L. I mean, just rappers. That's where it started for
Well, I was
me.
gonna say, what about non-hip hop? What are some of your favorite musicians? Not
Oh, I
hip-hop?
mean, from records and vinyls that my dad had of, my mom was a musician, and my dad was a drummer, and my dad was the mentor for Chester Thompson, which is Phil Collins drummer. So I grew up listening to Phil Collins. First album I ever played and listened to and heard was Michael Jackson, though, that I can remember. And I mean, Michael Jackson was great.
Legend.
But so a lot of that, a lot of vinyls and soul and like Aretha and all of that, because those are the records that my dad had in the house. So I was listening to a lot of that stuff growing up. But when we're talking about flowers, I'm talking about people I'm personally giving flowers to. So it
Well, that's
really,
what I mean. Who are there any people or bands outside of hip hop that not your dad, but you
I,
picked
I,
up on that you would want to give flowers to?
I love people who progress a sound or a genre forward or create it from scratch. Um, I love, I really do love Coldplay. I know that's kind of corny, but I do love Coldplay. I love Coldplay. I love old Elton John. I love Elton John, not just old Elton John. I love, even like, even even chain smokers, man. I love what they did with that sound. I love chain smokers. I really do. Um, but what other bands did I?
And if they don't come straight to the top of
Yeah, I
your head,
wasn't
don't
really
worry
a
about it.
big band. It really was. Gee, it's always really been
You've
about
been
hip
hip
hop
hop.
from.
I know. I know. Yeah.
I started falling into other industry just because genres, because damn, I was like the sub fusion sound. I really started getting in the fusions of sounds, and now I mean fusion is a big part of a lot of genres. Um, but um, you know, hip hop, man, it's breath of fresh air for me, and there's more. artists and real artists come out and continue to push forward, continue to create, continue to evolve, push the culture forward. I'm all for it, and I told you I'm starting some projects. I'm trying to get, a curated playlist thing going on. I'm trying to get a little page going on where I talk about artists and new releases and rate them and all of that stuff. So that's to come. I don't want to talk too much about it now because it's not finished, but I love it, man. It keeps me plugged in. And I mean, music and music festivals and concerts and all of that really keep me going out here, keep me going out here in the journey of trying to find self and still managing all the other shit that you barely care about, like some of these 9-to-5 jobs and other things that we've worked over our time. It was music that keep it, and sports too, of course, but it was music that really keeps me going through all of that, through this journey. So, but flowers, man, I mean, mainly those artists. I mean,
any underground or independent artists that immediately come to mind?
Listen, Bob deserves flowers for Elements. Bottom line, and I know there's a lot of other projects like that out there, but I look for special situations. And I consider Bob to be a special situation because this dude was huge. You're talking about a guy that worked with Bruno and he's got this big old platform and he was making commercial radio music. And for him to step out on his own journey and put something like that together, he deserves flowers for that.
Absolutely.
Any art, Ab-Soul deserves flowers. TDE deserves flowers for saving hip hop and coming in at the time that they came in. Kendrick deserves flowers. Ab-Soul really deserves flowers, though. Seriously. Yeah, no doubt. I can't even wait. I don't even think our ears will be able to digest what he's probably been working on.
I think 2022 is the year. I think his next one.
It kind of has to be. It kind of has to be. He's been going long.
It might not be the first half of this year, but I think it'll be this year.
I think it'll be this year too. So yeah, as far as music is concerned, I mean, I think those sorts of guys deserve flowers. I mean, and then a lot of the guys that have passed on, and I've got there's a lot of theories out here, and a lot of those things too, especially in hip hop. But I'll save that for another time, and I'll just focus on the Nips of the world, and even guys that people might roll their eyes at because it's like, well, look at what they're rapping about, like Young Dolph. Listen, I believe that every lane of hip hop, there's room for every lane of hip hop, from mumble rap to Cronin to trap to all of that. It's like it's room for it. And when you're an artist who can find ways to still be modern and still catch audiences' ears of all age ranges, and you still can throw messages within your sound, even if you are generally a trap artist or a whatever artist, I applaud you for that. And let me tell you who else deserves flowers. The people that are out here trying to wake people up. All of them. All of the.
Well, I'm going to name a bunch of them, at least in my opinion.
And I'm going to let
a lot of them are going to be controlled opposition.
I'm going to let you run with it, G, because that's probably where I'm segueing at this point now anyway. I'll let you run with it because it's like, listen, you got in a world that's so fake and propagandized and a lot of mainstream elements of it fits that mold. You've got to have the other side. And
rapid fire.
Let's go.
I want to get you through it. Any podcasters that immediately come to mind outside of our own, of course.
Any podcasters? I must say, God, it's hard. I did grow up. I mean, it's hard to just say the regular ones, but the big time ones, they're going to get their flowers. But the guys that are, and I don't listen to a lot of podcasts. I listen to podcasts and I listen to those podcasts a lot. But I really liked what Chris Spiracy was doing. I really like what Human Vibration is doing. I like what these folks who don't have a massive platform, but they're dedicated to truth. They're dedicated to making people think. They're dedicated to something that's a little different, that's different, that's not so mainstream, not so just basic, not so surface level. I love what they're doing. I love what all of these folks are doing. You know, I'll let you get to individuals, but
I've still got a few rapid fires for you.
yeah, go ahead.
Any documentaries that immediately come to mind?
Well, I think the first documentary, Fahrenheit 9/11, changed everything for me, because that was around the time where I first
and talk about controlled opposition, right? That's
yeah,
Michael
but
Moore, right?
but
there's
so
a lot of
what?
truth. There's
Because
a
there was
lot of truth
truth
nuggets in it.
Most of everything that motherfucker was talking about with that. So now, you know, that's a great example right there. You know, that I brought up and that you're bringing up. It's like controlled opposition, okay, but you know what? He's putting it out here, and maybe they're letting him put it out here. That's fine. Well, guess what? Power to the person that's got the balls to weather the storm, because but Fahrenheit was the start of me first saying, yo, the powers that be, they got some other shit going on out here.
Right.
So flowers to Moore, flowers to all of them. It doesn't make controlled op or not, bro. It started it started an awakening for a lot of people that have led a lot of people 10, 15, 20 years later to be in a position to not be so conformed. So shout out. Any documentaries? Not that comes to mind. I mean,
if it doesn't immediately come to mind, don't worry about it. Yeah. I don't have but a few of some of them, some of these categories. What about artists like that outside of music?
Artists, actors, I'm gonna loop them all in.
Yeah, any of that.
Well, flowers for my brother Denzel. Denzel Washington is one of the few people that I look at and I can tell like he knows everything that's going on, but I feel like he somehow probably is able to maneuver through a lot of it. And I don't think I don't know, but he has such a pure
he's smooth.
Spirit, he's smooth. And maybe, Obama, hey, and that could be dangerous too, because Obama was smooth too, all right?
Too, yeah.
But there's something way more authentic about Denzel. I think that's a little different. I mean, listen, I know it kind of goes against what I was saying.
Could be. Look, to appease all of the skeptics and cynics out there, anybody could be controlled op. I could be controlled op.
I could be too.
I don't even know. And the world is so fucking crazy. I could be fucking Manchurian candidate chipped. I don't know. I'm just trying to keep it real. I don't know.
An interesting movie he did.
Yeah, that's why I thought about. That's why I was connecting the dots. But yes. Anyhow, any Twitter accounts you want to shout
out? Human Vibration. I already gave her flowers. I think her work on JonBenet, but more importantly, what it led her to really being able to staple her identity to right now, which is look at all this fake shit that you looking at. To me, imagery, one of the most important things next to what Allison McDowell, because now it's crypto and all that is so prevalent.
The metaverse and that blockchain stuff, that's important stuff.
Simultaneously speaking, very important. Right. Very important. Other than that, I think there are a lot of shout out to hip hop out of numbers. I mean, the work that this Australian does to come up with this data is insane. Cool. Shout out to any plant-based blog, because I don't really care if you eat meat. Like, you can still eat meat and still understand plant-based philosophy and say, damn, I can still incorporate all of the other philosophies to whatever I still want to do and still know that you're giving the body a lot of fuel. Shout out to understanding, to nutritional blog. Thinking of individual ones, it's always hard to pull. I mean, shout out to Money Twitter. Money Twitter, you got people dedicated to people being able to better in themselves, man, without going and getting in debt with a college degree sometimes, or maybe without doing something, there are a lot of entities. Shout out to Twitter. I mean, because I mean, as censored and controlled as it may be.
Shout out to YouTube.
Yes,
shout out Facebook.
Exactly. It still gives us opportunities
Instagram,
to do things that we wouldn't be able to do any other way. It's up to us to figure out, well, if I've got more truth to tell and I got to be creative with how we do it, hey, guess what? There's another entity being born right now because of that we can use for that reason.
Yep.
Or whatever.
Yep. Books.
Well, I have to obviously shout out one of the books that you gifted me. Gia, you know I draw blanks until you say a word. The Four Agreements. And because these are things that when you read, they touch you and they hit you differently. Shout out to the Encyclopedia of Homeopath and Naopathic Doctors. One of the most important books of human. One of the most important books I feel that are out here that exist today. I mean, this is a 1,200-page book from just about every naopathic and homeopathic doctor in existence that have come together to create this. And it's so insightful for health, nutrition, methods of staying healthy, being healthy out here. Flowers to them. Other books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I mean, any book that makes my dad even look at something differently is making an 84-year-old man look at something, you know what I mean? Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I don't know, man. I mean, this is
if it doesn't come into mind automatically, don't worry about it, because I've only got a few.
Yeah. Anyway, I was about to.
Anyway. And then what about any drugs? I know cannabis, but anything else? Any rituals or spiritual experiences, meditations? You ever been to like an ashram, anything like that?
No, I definitely want to one day. I want to go to some sort of village. I used to want to go to Dr. Sebi's village, the Ursha village. I don't know how much I trust anything without Sebi still being here, especially with how I feel he died and went out. And some of the things with his family that I just don't. I don't know. I'm not going to speak on it because I don't know. But I know that I don't know if I can. I want to go to something similar to that though. I want to go to some sort of enlightenment journey village where you literally can get oxygen therapy. You literally are eating clean the whole week. You're in healing waters. You're in.
You ever heard of earth ships?
Meditating. Huh?
Have you ever heard of earth ships? Houses that they're building into the earth with recycling water and sewage and all of that. Yeah, okay. You should check out Earth. You should check it out. There's a documentary, here's a short documentary, like a 10-minute one on YouTube. Just type in Earth ships.
Earth ships.
They're pretty awesome. And what I just did, that little tip right there, that's what another thing that I want to incorporate in this show more is, again, we're not primary researchers, but part of the whole, what we're doing right now with the flowers is like, here's some breadcrumbs. If anything hits your ear and you're like, that sounds interesting, go check it out. And I'm going to put all the links in the description on this episode is going to be full.
Perfect. I'll tell you another one to shout out, Wim Hof. You know, his work,
good one.
His work on deep breathing and cold baths and cold in general and what it can do for the body is amazing. It's astounding. And listen, it's funny, G, because I've always been a person sometimes where it's like, even if I don't really fully know or understand something, sometimes when you dig into something, sometimes you're like, yo, this makes sense. Like I literally hear what is being said and I'm like, without me even doing my own deep dive yet, wow, this makes
it just hits. It hits.
Sense. Yep. Some stuff just makes sense. I think we overcomplicate most things that when it doesn't really need to have. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated.
If it hits your heart, it hits your soul. That's it. It made sense. It moved you. You know, it impacted you.
And I think that Wim Hof, man, that's another one to shout out to. So just these are some of the people that I'm thinking about that
Any other researchers? That's the last one off the top of your head. Just anything else off the top of your head you want to give flowers to that you haven't already said?
I want to give flowers to the internet because
That's
through all the deception, through all the lies, through all the CDCs and the Faucis and all the bullshit, it's really not that hard, people, to just go and do your own research. So shout out to the internet. All right.
Yep. Shout out the internet.
Yeah, seriously, man. I mean, some of this stuff is like, yo, why are we still even considering this a theory, a conspiracy theory at this point?
Yep.
But anyway.
Hell yeah, man. So if I mention anything during what I'm about to go through that reminds you of something that you forgot, just go ahead and you got the green light to interrupt me. But I'm gonna go through this a little bit quicker than I might have otherwise, because we're like 2.5 hours in already.
Yeah,
approaching that. But yeah, man. So I didn't put these lists in any particular order because it's too hard to order musicians for me. I love music in general. So I did put an asterisk beside some that are extra special to me. But for the most part, I'm just going to run right down the list. I did separate hip hop from blended genre, which I do have some in the blended genre that are definitely hip hop influenced. But anyways, I'm going to just go for it. First one, I'm going to say this one first. Lupe Fiasco. Not a big fan of Lupe right now. James's face explains about how I feel about Lupe right now, but big impact on my life. Lasers is an album that
still made
left an imprint in me. And I liked several other albums, Food and Liquor 2 being the one I would say was my second favorite out of his discography. But anyhow, T.I., Drake, Lil Wayne, I don't listen to those guys nearly as much anymore, but I felt I had to mention all of them because you get into hip hop. For me, my story is I got into hip hop because my older cousin listened to it. And, obviously the popular ones were the ones that were most easily accessible. There's a couple others, Eminem, being one, but I named these first because the further I get into it, it's not in any particular order, but the later I mention it, the more impactful they've been in general, not necessarily in exact order, but man, a guy that is going to be, he's been on the podcast, but my audio wasn't right. I was still a novice podcaster, so we're going to get him on again very soon. But real. I used to think it was real by real because the way he notates it is RIELXRIEL, and that X I thought it was like lumber, like 4x4. I thought it stood for by, and I thought it was like real by real, like a movie, like Real by Real. But he said no, it's
which
just
actually sounds pretty dope.
That sounds dope. When he heard my thought of that,
he thought it was like
that is kind of dope. But he said no, it's just real. His name is Gabriel, so
I got you.
The last 4 letters of his name. But yeah, man, he's got some music that I really like. One song in particular was my number 1 song on Spotify. And I listen to it all the time. It's called Salvador Dali. I'll link that in the description. Cess Crew, they're not rapping together anymore, but they're a hip hop duo from Kansas City. Maybe they'll get back together. There's a whole story behind that. I won't go into it. Lil Dicky, I fuck with Lil Dicky. As an artist in general, I like the show Dave. Did you watch Dave on Hulu?
I've seen an episode. Yeah. I know it comes on FX.
It's pretty good. I like you talk about a huge Kanye fan.
Oh, I know.
Lil Dicky is a huge Kanye fan.
Yeah, no, I remember him showing Ye love in one of his interviews. I saw him with somebody one time, Nard Ward or something.
That's like his number 1 idol is Kanye, without a doubt. He talks about it in the show a lot. But speaking of Kanye, Big Sean is on my list. Shout out Big Sean, love you, Big Sean. NF.
I know you like NF.
Flatbush Zombies. I love me some
that last album too is crazy, man. That last album is crazy. I've been listening.
I particularly like them because they're like, they're catalyzing the psychedelic movement in hip hop, revitalizing a psychedelic wave in the hip hop community, which I think is awesome. So shout out Flatbush Zombies. Russ, got to give my flowers to Russ. Independent, and King ISO. He's with Strange now, but man, I do have a little story to tell with him. I met him at the Norva May 28th, 2018. And I actually talked to him for a little bit, man. And he actually, that conversation kind of shift. I don't want to say it was like one of the most significant worldview shifts I've ever had, but I asked him a question, something along the lines of like, what is the foundation of all this bullshit? All these lies, like how, like what should our focus, like the number one focus be? And he was like, I don't want to quote him exactly, but it was like Big Pharma. Big Pharma, basically. It was like the Big Pharma industry, the medicine industry, man. And that, I think I've told you this before, because as somebody that came into the whole conspiracy, which that word is whatever.
I'm starting to hate it too.
I know, but
that's why I try to say, you notice I try to say truth or more.
Truth, or I try to resistance community. I've heard that.
Yeah.
But whatever. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
But it was like, man, I've always been trying to get people like, onto the tip of knowing about central banking and how that's a pyramid scheme, essentially a racket. And I think he had a point that it just clicked with me. It's like, they don't care. Yeah. Everybody out here on drugs. You know what I mean?
But it's just
illegal or legal. They're on drugs.
That's the thing.
Nobody's got the time to even think
suburban
about economic system.
Yeah, they're on their pharmaceutical drugs and drinking wine with it. It's all over, man. No matter what it is, psychedelic weed or your pharmaceuticals. It's everyone's industry, high.
Big pharma. Yeah. So shout out King ISO. 3 days after that, 3 days later, on June 1st, 2018, he put out an album that I'm gonna do a top 10 album after I get through the artists too. I'll run through it real quick. But he put out an album that is called Dementia, and that was independent. He signed with Strange Music after that album, but he did that album by himself, produced, mixed, written, all of it. And epic album.
Yeah.
So
shout out to artists who are learning that God, to have the skill set to be able to mix, master, engineer, produce, write, compose, all of that, your own project, man. Shout out to all of those guys. And you're seeing a lot more of them in the game now, because the industry don't even want to deal with you if you can't do it all now.
Right. Some more mainstream ones that I have to say, just because for better or worse, they had a significant impact on my life. J. Cole, Kanye, Jay-Z, Eminem, Kendrick Lamar.
Yes, sir.
And then the top,
and of course, shout out Cole. I didn't mention Cole, but
shout out of course, Cole, right? Sure. And then creme de la creme for me. And like I said, there's some that I have under my blended list that could be considered hip hop. So be patient. But creme de la creme, as far as what I would consider strictly hip hop or mostly hip hop, and in Mac Miller's case, Mac Miller's up here in the creme de la creme section. RIP. Nas, of course, Locksmith, West Coast rapper, a lot. Look, he's still too small. He's still too small. Anytime you get the chance to shout him out, anytime I get the chance to shout him out, I'm shouting him out. Shout out Locksmith. You're the fucking shit, dude. Immortal Technique. Nothing else to say about that. Just Immortal Technique. Tech Nine. I mean,
that's
strange music.
That's your dude, yeah.
Independent, number one independent in the world. Tech Nine.
Absolutely.
Did the halftime show Sunday night, Kansas City.
At Kansas City.
That's big. That's big time. For
that's big. That's
like
big.
That.
But of course, they didn't show that halftime show or anything.
Oh no, it was on YouTube. You had to watch that one on YouTube.
Watch it on YouTube. Yeah, I got you. But that's what's up, that he got to do it though in his own city.
Amazing. And still the crowd, regardless of whether it was broadcast. Game. Yeah, that's a lot of fans, a lot of people. That's awesome. That's what's up. Awesome.
Well, I do hear that the city be showing him love though.
Oh, he's the king of Kansas City. Bro.
Yeah, he's got respect. and I don't just mean with fans. I mean he's got respect with.
He goes on the news channel.
Yeah,
I mean, the local news channel
exactly.
has his story, his broadcast his story. I mean, he's the real deal, bro. Shout out Tech Nine, love. That's it. And then, of course, B.O.B. and Absol. Of course, those two are going to be at the top of this list.
Yeah.
For me. As far as like blended genre, I'm going to go ahead and do the ones that are like hip hop influenced, since I just read off the hip hop list. Dirty Heads, if y'all have ever heard of Dirty Heads, they're like a West Coast reggae fusion hip hop. Man, they're all over the place. They're like a no genre type of band. Love Dirty Heads. Check them out. Jerry Robinson, he's a new artist with Strange Music with Tech Nine in them. He's got a pop sound a little bit, but it's like it's fresh. I love it. Kid Cudi. What can I say other than, you know, Man on the Moon is a classic album. Regardless of what has happened since then. I mean, yeah, I liked Pain, Passion, and Demon Slaying.
Yeah. I like this. I like, you know, me, I got an ear for different sounds too. I like this new album, but I like this new album. I'll just leave it at that. I'm not gonna say nothing else.
It wasn't for me, but it wasn't, you know, I didn't hate it, but
yeah.
Damian Marley I had to put on this list because Nas and Damian Marley, distant relatives. Amazing. Jelly Roll, hip hop influence, country sound, 80s voice, just great. I mean, love Jelly Roll. And then, of course, if anybody really knows me, you know I'm gonna have to shout out Mayday, Recognize, Burns. Those guys are just, they can play, they transcend genreless. They literally just tear it up regardless of what they're playing. So shout out Mayday, shout out Rec, shout out Burns. Stuck on an Island. We'll get to that in a minute. And then other artists outside of hip hop or even hip hop influenced. If you've ever heard of Black Mill, he's a United Kingdom British dubstep, but I'm not usually into dubstep. It's like a very chill. It's like a trill. It's like a trill step. It's so dope the way what he does is I fuck with that. So Black Mill, one word. Grizz, he's like a saxophone, electronic funk, jam kind. I mean, he's funky. He's dope. Love him. He's actually out of Detroit as well. A lot of Detroit on this list.
Detail, man. It's a lot of detail in the game for sure.
Mimosa,
a lot of people don't realize it's a lot of Virginia and DMV people in the game too, though.
That's true. That's true. Shout out Missy Elliott and Pharrell.
Oh my God,
and Pusha T.
Yep, Pusha. Yep.
Mimosa, he's that's more strictly dubstep, but again, I fuck with his style. The Glitch Mob is you could call them dubstep, but they're more electronic fusion. They're just good. They're all over the place, but they're definitely dubby, but I wouldn't say like dubstep necessarily.
Right.
Papadosio, they're definitely more classic jam band type, acid jam. I mean, even their name, Papadosio. Ronald Jenkins, he might be autistic. I don't even know. Like he's a little out there. He's sounds funny when he talks, but you put him on a synthetic electronic keyboard, double stack keyboard, and he puts out some of the
most the shit I'm talking about.
God, Ronald Jenkins, he's on the creme de la creme of this list.
That just reminds me, G. Mike Dean, shout out to Mike Dean, who is the godfather of all things mastering and mixing and synthesized. And I mean, I give Kanye so many flowers. Kanye, most of Kanye's finished products and his team's finished products don't happen without Mike Dean finishing them. So shout out to Mike Dean and everything he's contributed to the game and the sound, and Travis Scott and all of these other. I mean, even back in, people don't remember, but Dean's been around forever, dude, since UGK and Pimp C and them boys and Ghetto Boys and all of them. Like he was producing for those dudes too. So anyway, shout out to Mike Dean.
Hell yeah. Do that whenever you think of something for real. That's
and Hit Boy. Hit Boy.
Right.
What kind of run is that non-human on this freaking year? This the past forever.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And some of the stuff, listening to his playlist on New Year's, I didn't even realize he did some of the songs he did. And this is me, and I know who makes a song, and I know who, usually. But man, I was like, damn, I didn't realize as many songs as he made for Beyonce and many songs as he made for good music in general. And then for him to for him to be doing what he's doing with Nas and Sean and them right now, shout out to Hit Boy, man. He's so versatile. He's working with R&B cats too. Just shout out to Hit Boy, he gets his flowers too. This crazy run he's on right now, historic run he's on. All right, I'm done.
No, I wanted to let you continue because I wanted to come back to all of that came to your mind because I said Ronald Jenkins. You got to check him out. Ronald.
Yeah,
Jenkins.
You said double keyboard, and I started thinking of producers. Like, fuck, I didn't name any producers. And producers, I mean, this is the time to be alive for a producer, boy, because they're getting recognition like never before. Producers are.
Yep. And then Beats Antique to wrap up the kind of electronic fusion sounds. Beats Antique is dope. And then more pop type of stuff that I got to throw it out there because it influenced me one way or another. Jack Johnson, he's like a very light rock, very chill, easy listening. And then Dave Matthews Band, my parents listened to them growing up, but like you were saying, I'm not mentioning them because my parents listened to them. They actually had an influence on me. They're Virginia. Dave Matthews is from Virginia.
For Virginia, yeah.
And just good music, not my typical music that I listen to, but every now and then I jam out and
everybody has different moods, man.
Right.
Everybody has different moods and different genres and sounds spark different emotions and is fitting for those moods. So I know.
And then it's not even country-ish, pop country. I got to shout out Zach Brown Band. Anybody that growing up in my culture, white boy from the rural place,
from rural,
any country artist talking about smoking weed and still showing respect for the veterans and still being in that lane, but doing it in a way that's much realer than a lot of fakeness I experienced growing up where I grew up. Shout out Zach Brown.
Yep,
I fuck with you. And then creme de la creme on this part of the list, Tycho is just a very, I don't even know how to explain either one of these two that I'm about to say, Tycho or Emancipator, even though he's not hip hop, I gotta put him above Ab-Soul, B.O.B, all of them, bro. I mean, the music he played, it's instrumental. There's only a few songs where there's even a vocalist on there, and it's usually like a female doing some angelic, mystical type.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, harmonizing or whatever.
And where her voice is just another instrument, basically.
Oh, I got you.
But man, he started out as a hip hop producer, and he's actually from the Northern Neck. Went to William and Mary, and moved out to Portland. Right after he graduated William and Mary, and he's been out there pretty much since. But yeah, dude, his music is just, there's no words. So as somebody that loves hip hop and loves the word and loves lyricism, for me to put him at the top of the list just lets you know the intricate sounds, the layeredness, he just does it all, man. And it's such a chill sound, and it's just, Emancipator is number one to me. Tycho is very good, is good enough for me to give my flowers to him, and is in that same realm of Emancipator where it's just like a chill soundscape almost type of genre, so to speak. And then to wrap up my musicians, reggae or dub inspired, I had a few of these. First and foremost, Middlesex band, Stuck on a Name. Got to give my flowers to these guys. They're making, they're ironically making a name for themselves as Stuck on a Name. But they're good. They're good, especially for a local band. They're really fucking good.
They're called Middlesex Band?
No, Stuck on a Name. Drew Luffy's band.
Oh,
Josh Wright and Joe Gaskins.
Right,
all them cats.
Right.
They're killing it. They played at Oyster Festival.
They had the little pop-up down at they live in Waterview.
Some of them do, yeah.
I think. Anyway, they had an event locally. Recently.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Shout out. They're for being from Middlesex, they're legit. They're legit on the national scene. On they're they're making a name. They're
Yeah,
as ironic
that's
as it
all.
sounds.
That's all
you
you
got to
can ask
just
for.
and they think they even got like some Virginia Reggae Dub Awards a few years back, which like Soja, who's on my list right here, I'm about to name them. They like won awards there. I mean, Soja's big time now. It's like
for sure.
And they're getting awards at the same award show. Like you're starting to do something.
Damn, Soja's been around for a minute too. At this point, he's been doing this thing for a while.
No kidding. Shout out Soja. Their first album was like 2001. They were
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course, shout out the legend Bob Marley. Of course.
Yeah. Bob's.
Shout out.
Since you're saying Bob, Bob for some reason. I mean, they're not really the same, but it makes me think of Lenny Kravitz for some reason. Shout out to Lenny. I love Lenny for my other type of music. And shout out to St. John because Lenny found Saint, and Saint is a problem. Bottom line, St. John is shout out to Saint. He gets his flowers too. Check out St. John if you ain't.
No, I saw you did. Kanye did a feature. They did a collab. I saw that.
An amazing song.
Yeah.
Amazing song together. Matter of fact, if you want to figure out who both of them are, listen to their song together. Did they do the Monica Lewinsky song? I think it was Monica Lewinsky. Anyway, we'll find it and put it in the link.
And last few 10-foot ganja plant. They're like a dub, mostly dub. There's a few songs with vocals, but I'm pretty sure they're out of upper New York, upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
But they're killer. And then Slightly Stupid. I think everybody's probably heard of them. West Coast, kind of in the Sublime sound inspired.
Mm-hmm.
And then Revolution, last one I'll name is Revolution. Revolution, the reason I put them at the top of the list, not necessarily ones that I listen to the most in the reggae field, but when I first started smoking, I listened to a lot of Revolution. They were somebody that when, I was kind of going through the transition of opening my mind and becoming a lot more aware, 2007, 2008, 2009, I was listening to a lot of Revolution. So although I don't listen to them as much these days, I still do every now and then get in a Revolution mood, and shout out to those boys. They're dope. And then I'm gonna run through the rest of this as quick as possible because this has been a long episode, but it's it's been so dope. So
that's fine. Well, a good thing about it is you're gonna clip it up and be good, but we can, let's tie it up.
Albums. So I named all the artists. That's about 50 artists. I tried to limit it to 50. But top 10 albums. This is again in not necessarily particular order, but a loose order. All 6s and 7s, Tech 9. That was the album that got me into Tech 9, 2011. Amazing. I mean, all of these albums that I'm about to name, I can't say enough about. If I put an album on this list, this is creme de la creme. All of these. Control System, Absol.
Man, that's up there, boy. Man, that's up there for me too, boy.
Damn. From Kendrick Lamar. I like Absol more than Kendrick, but I put Damn ahead of Control System because that was, all I could say after listening to that album was damn.
Yeah.
Literally, listen, just like that, all caps.
Listen, he's still Kendrick for a reason. He's still first on the pecking order of the group.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that are good Kid, Mad City people, and then you got your to Pimp a Butterfly people. And I was before Damn, I was all like Section 80. Section 80. I was like, there's no way he'll ever top Section 80. And then he put out Damn.
I still think Section 80 is his best work ever.
Well, that's I'll at least give you that's debatable.
Of course, everything's debatable in music. It's subjective.
True,
but
in my opinion, the only one that is in the league of Damn is Section 80. But Damn was for me because I really thought I was like, he'll never top Section 80.
Don't get in my Damn was a hell of an album.
In my mind, I was like, he's never gonna top Section 80. That's a masterpiece of an album, and then he did, and I was just like, damn. And that's the name of the fucking album. Is just.
I think he has a chance to top that, bro.
He's amazing.
He's that good, and the fact that he went away for this long tells me it's just going to be so. It's just going to be. Words won't begin to. TDE in general, all of them, man, they're about to come back. And I know Isaiah just dropped his year, and Isaiah was gone for a long time and came back with a masterpiece.
Have you listened to that? A Room Full of Mirrors?
Of course. Oh wait,
A
What do you
Room Full
mean?
of Mirrors. That's Punch's
Oh,
project
Punch's
with
album. Oh, I
Daylight
thought you were talking
and
about Isaiah.
no. It's not Punch's album. It's like it's a whole collective called A Room Full of Mirrors. It's Punch, and they got I know Daylight's in it, and I think Isaiah Rashad might be in it too. But no, you gotta check them out, bro.
Oh, okay.
A Room Full of Mirrors. Yeah, you gotta check
It's a
that one
group
out, dog. It's a
with Punch.
collective, a West Coast collective.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
bro. If you're a TDE fan and you haven't heard of A Room Full of Mirrors yet,
No,
get on that. Yeah, get on that one.
I see what Punch
ASAP.
be putting out there, but Punch is one. You know, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out.
Okay, all right. What were you about to say about Punch though? Punch is the man. I hope you weren't about to say nothing bad.
I wasn't about to say nothing crazy, but Punch is not really the artist. Punch is like other thing to TDE. So when I look at them,
all right, but okay. Now that you say that though, listen to the song.
No. I understand.
Listen to the song, "The Man Behind the Curtains." Have you heard that one?
No, but I can already tell you by the name of it. I know
the
he's
man behind the curtains.
Him and Top Dog.
Punch.
Listen, it makes sense.
Listen to it.
Completely
Punch.
sense.
I've gotten look, and every time Punch hops on an Ab song, it's one of Ab's realest fucking songs.
Really, that's true though. That's true.
Punch is look. Don't and I defend him the way I defend Ab. I love that guy. He's awesome.
Yeah,
he's awesome.
I got to check more of the music of Punch out.
Yeah. A Room Full of Mirrors. I gotta check. Okay, so yeah, so the album is called A Room Full of Mirrors. That's what I was trying to find out for you. That it's the artist is a collective called A Room Full of Mirrors, and they have it's an album. It's called Money Bags. Check it out. The first song is Money Bags, 8 tracks. Just
it's on Apple Music.
Just fucking ridiculous. I have to imagine it's on all platforms. I got it on Tidal, so yeah, check that one out, bro. But yeah, my top albums of all time to continue. Dementia, I already mentioned earlier by King ISO.
Yeah, I see it.
Absolutely amazing. Dementia. Man on the Moon, I mentioned that one earlier. Kid Cudi, absolutely amazing. I put No Genre on here instead of Elements because I knew we were going to mention Elements anyway. And Elements I felt like was kind of cheating because it's like 4 projects in one. So I put No Genre because I think for me, No Genre was the one where it was like, damn, B.O.B. like.
No, that was the one for you before.
And it was also the one where he kind of diverted from being obviously pop. Like he had put out mixtapes where it was clear he was kind of in the conscious dabbling in that.
And I remembered even then we were like, oh, this is nice. Yeah. But this is probably as far as it can go. And even then, I was fine with that.
He broke out of the shell
big
completely.
Of an artist he was.
Right. But with No Genre,
artist he was at the time. I just was
no
like,
genre,
hey, this is
No Genre, he broke out the shell completely.
Yeah.
And the first track on there, Beast Mode.
Exactly.
And then the whole thing is No Genre, top album, project, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, exactly.
The only one on here that's not hip hop, and I just had to put it on here because, I mean, as everybody probably knows by now, if they've listened to enough episodes, and as you know, I've done some LSD in my day, and I took an LSD trip one time and put on a classic LSD album, Dark Side of the Moon by Pink Floyd, and had an experience that is just beyond words. And so I actually have the flag, the Dark Side of the Moon flag, hanging above my bed in my room. So Dark Side of the Moon.
I can see how that's on you.
As far as not even being hip hop influence, it's my favorite album of all time. The next 3 that I'm gonna name, all of them are kind of blended, not strictly hip hop. Swimming by Mac Miller. I wish I had gotten into Mac earlier, man. I should.
Now I was listening to Mac, but I wasn't into.
I got into him right before he died, man. The timing was like heartbreaking because it was like I had just gotten into him. I keep a journal.
I remember our conversation that you had with me about Mac. You were like, bro, go back
journal.
and listen.
Yeah, I keep a journal, and I mean, I don't know the exact date that I really got into him, but I remember looking back through my journal after he died, and August 31st, 2018, the only entry I made that day, swimming is amazing, all caps underlined. And a week later, 7 days later, he passed away, and I was just like,
It's nuts, bro.
Uh,
I got see. I
Aside
was
from
in.
Kobe Bryant, that's the only two celebrities I've ever cried over. Only two people I never met
Yeah,
that I
that shit.
actually that fucked me up. If they
Mac
fucked me
hit
up.
me. Mac hit me. Mac definitely hit me. Um, I was listening to Mac since Blue Slide Park and when I was in Radford. So I mean, I was bumping Mac, and I remember I was always like, "Yo, people worried about the wrong thing." I always say this: people be worried about the wrong things. Just listen. Just listen to the man rap. The dude can rap, and I've been and I but it I guess like with anything, man, it's something different when he died and then you start to go back, especially with where we're at in our conscious phase. You start to go back and see like, oh, this is around when he started to ascend consciously and started to reflect it in his music. I remember when he was doing that whole Larry Fisherman thing and all of that stuff, and I was like, what is he trying to? I couldn't figure out, but I see now what he was doing. He was, first of all, he was finding himself, he was finding his sound. Hip hop always want to pigeonhole you into this what you are, like, oh, you're a backpack rapper, you're what they call, I think they named that kind of rap, they called it something. It wasn't even backpack anymore. That came off after Kanye came through. There was this new thing that they put him and Asher Roth. Oh, frat rap. They started calling it frat rap. And I was like, okay, maybe I could see how they called it that early, but to me, Mac Miller was the best of that shit. Blue Slide Park, bro, was such a vibe. It was such a vibe, when him and Wiz was coming out of Pittsburgh at the same time. It was just a time, man. That was when I was in college, so I guess it just hits different. It stands out different. But shout out to Mac, man. Yeah, but swimming was.
I've got the vinyl. I've got the vinyl hanging in my
It's
bedroom.
insane to see his evolution, man. His mature, how his music started to mature, like the way it started to mature. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, swimming was the one for me. That was when I really was like, oh, when I heard swimming, I was like, man, I got to go back and listen to everything.
And listen to all this shit.
Listen to all of this and catch up.
Yeah.
So good. But yeah, Stuck on an Island, Mayday. Again, with Mayday, I heard about them because of Tech9 signing them. And then the first album I heard was Take Me to Your Leader, which was their first album off of Strange Music.
Right.
And it was really, really, it was as good as swimming, to where I was like, now I got to go back and listen to everything they've ever put out.
Yep.
And Stuck on an Island, man, it's definitely not all hip hop. Like there's, some of the verses are definitely hip hop, but the music and the way they put it together, it's like a live band. It's a 6-piece. They're down to a 3-piece now, but Stuck on an Island, they were a 6-piece, and it's different, bro. And it's just, my ego really identified with it, because I feel like I'm a spiritual mutt in a lot of ways. I'm not gonna go all into that, but it just, even Stuck on an Island, the concept of that is very similar to my podcast idea of alienation.
Right.
Stuck on an island,
Right.
We're all
yeah.
an island to ourselves, unless we reach out to make connections and tell stories and share stories and listen to other people's stories.
Yeah.
And then number 1, Distant Relatives.
You've always said that was your favorite one. I remember the first time I heard that album, I was already deep into Nas, and it stood out to me because I'm almost sure I'm accurate on this. Distant Relatives came out after Steelmatic.
Oh yeah, no, a while after Stillmatic. It was 2011 or 2010 maybe.
Oh yeah, I'm tripping. So that was after. My bad. After Godson. That was around the Godson era.
Yeah, 2000
and Streets Disciple era. It was in between those two albums, I think. And I remember, being such a Nas fan, I was like, yo, this is different. And obviously at the age I was at, I didn't appreciate it until a little later. I didn't start appreciating it until I was taking those after I started my awakening phase, and I started taking those long trips on Radford on 81. It was just different. I started looking at it and hearing it different as I got older, because that's a mature album, obviously. And you got to be in a different space to even have that type of album resonate with you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyway, so
Yeah,
that's
just
that's your
amazing,
number one.
amazing album. Number one, and I'm a music person, so that says
Yep.
a lot. All right, I'm just gonna run down these other lists. Might say a little bit here and there. Documentaries. This is a relatively short list. The first documentary that I would say was kind of like a red pill for me. I've mentioned it on a previous podcast before. It's called America: From Freedom to Fascism. The filmmaker, his name was Aaron Russo. He's passed away since then. It focused on the American income tax law. Um, anyhow,
Income
another
tax.
another really influential one, especially in my life, given like my personal story and things that have happened in my family and stuff. There's a one called The American Drug War, The Last White Hope.
Yeah, you mentioned that one before.
Amazing, amazing. Just nothing else to say, but check that one out.
Right.
Zeitgeist, I would say, was probably behind Kymatica. I would say that's solidly my second favorite documentary ever. Filmmaker Peter Joseph. You can find that one free on YouTube. I'll have the link to that in the description as well. And then Ben Stewart, pretty much any documentary he's made deserves its flowers. He made one with John Chavez called DMT Quest. It's about endogenous DMT, the DMT that's already in our body that we can activate through meditation and certain physical practices like cold baths. Wim Hof is in the documentary. Esoteric Agenda, classic truther, whatever label you prefer for the conspiracists of the world. But for me, Esoteric Agenda, the last about 12 minutes, it's called, he does it in chapters, and it's the last chapter. It's called Illusion and Reality. But that last chapter of Esoteric Agenda specifically blew my mind, and it's actually what got me into Ben Stewart. It's why I watched Kymatica. It's the reason I knew about Kymatica, because I was one of the first like 400 people to watch Kymatica.
To watch the joint.
When I watched it, I was like, "There's only 300 and some views." Like, I was like, "Like, how is this not fucking on the mainstream news?" You know what I mean? Like, why isn't this huge? Well, I was still, naive at that time, but anyway,
Kymatica, I can't wait to see your link list for this episode.
This is going to be so good. So good.
It's going to be, it's going to be for everything we've talked about in every episode. Yeah, it's going to come back to fruition just from this link list. It's crazy. From this.
Ungrip, he did a documentary called Ungrip. It's about at maritime admiralty law, which I'll talk about a little bit later, so I'm not going to go too deep into that right now. Esoteric Agenda 2.2, he released that on BitChute. It's not on YouTube. That came out right when coronavirus hit, May 2020. And then, like I already said, Kymatica, number one to me, best documentary of all time, period. And Ben Stewart says that's my baby, and I understand, Ben. That's so good.
Kymatica, huh?
Kymatica, just top, creme de la creme, better than Zeitgeist, and Zeitgeist is.
No, I remember he specifically said I had to take Zeitgeist to the next level, and the only way to do that was to kind of tap into where he felt.
Peter Joseph had missed the spots. He was filling in the gaps,
which is how, just like a good artist, man. That's why
you build off of other good artists.
That's why I don't care that Playboy Cardi, that's his lane, because you know what? Somebody's gonna come along that can probably rap like Kendrick, but loves Playboy, and is gonna fuse those two worlds together, and it's gonna blow our minds. Oh my God! I didn't even think it could evolve. Every time I say it can't evolve anymore. Like, production can't get any more better than what it is now. Production is great. Yeah, right. It's always evolving. Always. Yeah. So no, I love that stuff, because like Zeitgeist came through. He had to lay the foundation, and then A Star Is Born every day came through and took it to the next level. I'm probably going to watch Kymatica again. So I saw Kymatica in pieces.
Kymatica. There's no L in it.
Excuse me, Kymatica. Kymatica. I see what I can do with that one. But anyway, that's another conversation. Kymatica. I need to have one sit with it and watch it all the way through.
Yes, you do. Yes. Yeah, for sure. That's number one. Creme de la creme. Number one, period. No. that's there's no gray area in the documentary category for me. That one's solid number one.
That's the one. Gotcha.
So my top 25 has some Twitter accounts on them, but there was a couple of Twitter accounts that I felt like I wanted to give their flowers to that's not on my top 25 list. So shout out Wida Vision on Twitter at Wida, WIDA with a space in between each one. Vision. It's got like a Black Panther eye as the profile. I'm pretty sure he's based out of UK based on some of the tweets, as well as Pyramid Realm, who he was on an episode with Conspiracy. And I mentioned both of these guys specifically because I've seen them promote the 4 agreements. And I love anybody that does that. So got to give you all my flowers. Shout out Pyramid Realm. Shout out Wide Vision. Next category, personal mentors. Like you said with Mark White, I've got 3 that I had to mention. One, Dave Bratt. He was my faculty advisor at Randolph-Macon.
You talked about him before too, yeah.
Chair of the economics department. And
he was the one that made you reconsider what you were
studying. Was an economics professor, and he was the one that encouraged me to take a philosophy course.
Right.
And his idea was to get a philosophy minor and still major in economics, but he pushed me down that road, and the snowball just
have you had an opportunity to see him since school or reach out to him?
No, because he got big time. He went he was our congressman for 4 years or whatever. Yeah, I mean he was the House of Representatives seat and for District 7, Henrico, Hanover, Richmond area, Glen Allen and all that. And then he got beat out in 2018. He ran as a Republican, and I don't agree with him on everything, but he's a thinker, and he pushed me in the right direction, and I love the guy with all my heart. So shout out Dave Bratt, give you my flowers. And then a friend of his, I'm not going to say his actual name because he wrote a book in a pen name. So just the fact that he wrote a book in a pen name, maybe he doesn't want his identity being public or whatever. But the pen name was Peter Monroe, and the book is called Daddy X, and it's about Malcolm X's philosophy applied to fatherhood. Called Daddy X. It's amazing, and I know him personally. I've done some work for him. He runs a website called praxiscircle.com. He's also a Republican and a Christian, and I don't always agree with those. I can't get down with all of that a lot of times, but if there's 2 Christian Republicans that I look up to and consider mentors and people that have pushed me in the right direction, Mr. Monroe and Dave Bratt would be those 2.
I was about to say regardless, there's a theme to what you've been saying though.
Right.
Because I told you, I already
again, yeah, exactly. You got to sift through. You got to sift through what resonates with you, and at the end of the day, they're talking about things that the mainstream considers taboo. So, of course, ultimately, mad love and respect for both Dave Bratt and Mr. Monroe. And then last one, my friend, but I grew up with the guy. He was like my brother growing up as an only child. So got to give my flowers to Jesse Fuller. Sure. Love you, bro. Yeah. We don't, we're not like best friends or anything. We don't talk too often, but it's like a relationship where every time I talk to him, it's like catching up with my brother,
Yep.
So shout out Jesse. And then, so he's kind of like a good segue because he's like kind of a mentor, kind of an older brother. But then friends and fam, there's only a couple on here that I really want to shout out outside of my dad and my grandma. And of course, all of the people that, shaped me as a child, but there's a different level to the family that you choose, the family that you're born with, and then the family that you choose. The family that you choose it's a different level, man.
It is. And when you say it that way too, the family that you choose, you're right.
A-Dubs, love you, bro. And Timmy B, they're my brothers. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Timmy B.
And James, I mean, obviously, I would not have made you co-host of my podcast if I didn't feel you're a epic being, epic spirit. So
Feelings mutual, man.
give you flowers, man.
I appreciate you, bro. Same to you, man.
And then I've got a few lists here that I'm going to kind of run through. The top 25 I'll spend a little bit of time on, but these next few I'm going to run through. Unpopular but still influential: Ben Shapiro, Bill Gates, Edward Snowden, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Tom Brady, Warren Buffett. For better or worse, most of those people, I mean, Tom Brady, I have a soft spot for him just because he did the 4 agreements thing on ESPN. But obviously he's plugged into the,
it is what it is, man.
To the, you know what it is. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then obviously all the other names on here: Elon, Bill Gates, Shapiro. A lot of people hate these people. And I disagree with them more than I agree with them. But there are lessons that I have gleaned.
It's okay to disagree.
Right.
Yes.
So
people need to probably, damn, bro, we don't have to agree with everything to still respect.
I mean, even Bill Gates, Bill Gates, and I mean, even Fauci could be on this list because like they're masters in the dark realm, and that's a teacher in a certain way, in one way or another. It's teaching us what we really are. And so
I guess you can look at it that way.
It's the balancing act, bro.
No, it is though.
So honorable mention, they didn't make the top 25. First, I'm going to go down my list that says controlled opposition ? Alex Jones, David Icke, Dave Chappelle, Paul Stamets. Paul Stamets is a fungus expert. A lot of people don't realize that he would be considered controlled opposition, but I talked to a friend and he got me on some Reddit threads and I got into a rabbit hole, and yeah, I'm pretty sure he's controlled opposition.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's talking about mycology. He's educating in some ways, again, you have to sift through the bullshit yourself, but he's talking about things that I like to talk about. So Paul Stamets, regardless of whether you're controlled op or not, give you my flowers. Shout out to you. RFK Jr. A lot of evidence he's, at least on the pro blockchain end of things, even if he is anti-vaccine and health freedom, there's Allison McDowell has exposed a lot of the dark side of the freedom. She always capitalizes the DOM because it's still a dominance colonization mindset or mindset, I think is the right word, that some of these resistance celebrities are coming from. So either way, again, controlled op or not, opening the dialogue, talking about things that are taboo, I appreciate it. So I'm going to shout you out, even if I don't all the way agree with everything you're doing. Catherine Austin Fitz, same thing. Allison actually went on her podcast, and then Allison, there's some things going on. Allison has been calling some people out lately.
I told you I follow her on Twitter, so I've been seeing there's been some scuttlebuggs.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
And if people are, her whole thing is, I'm standing strong on this blockchain issue because whether the cryptocurrency thing, again, she calls that a Trojan horse. That's not what she's worried about. What she's worried about is the fact that biological humans and children, it's one thing if an adult that has informed consent chooses to enter the metaverse and have a digital twin and allow all their data to be tracked, and it's not the decision that she's going to make based on the information that she has. But it's a whole different level when babies are being put on the blockchain, when kindergartners are being put on the blockchain, and that's what she's speaking out against, and I respect her for that.
I respect that too, and that's what I told you that. I said, listen, this is a whole nother generation that's being born into this, and it's going to be so cool and awesome, and nobody's even, especially at a young age, nobody's even, unless you're you're in special or chosen or something, like you're not even starting to think outside of that until like later in life. And that's the problem with a lot of, they get you early, and I mean, that's what it is anyway.
Yep. But so I'm not going to tell the whole story, but basically Allison went on Catherine Austin Fitz podcast. Catherine Austin Fitz has chosen to speak at this event called the Greater Reset, which she feels is pro blockchain, and based on their advertisements. I mean, I haven't looked into that specifically enough, but I trust Allison that she's looked into it. She's like such a deep dive researcher. and just ferocious.
Yeah.
So I trust that, she's making the right decision for herself. I might be a little bit more forgiving and lenient of people for making mistakes. I know I've made plenty, and I've changed my mind so much that maybe because of that, I'm more forgiving and more lenient of people that I might disagree with, even if I strongly disagree with them.
Right.
I don't know.
Allison might be right about everything she's saying. She probably is right about everything she's saying, because look who we're dealing with.
No, I agree.
Powers that be. But I will say, I think Allison has to probably, and listen, I think I heard her say this before, and I respect this too. And I think I've said this too. We're at a point where there is no more room for, I gotta kind of just feel it out and see, because of how far we're into this.
I understand how she feels.
Yeah, I understand how she feels. Exactly. So I preference what I'm about to say by saying that. But I will say that we got to remember, we still are dealing with, going back to what I was saying, people don't know shit. They really don't, even though they think they do.
Right.
So when you get somebody so immersed in one track of it, they don't know the other stuff that Allison's probably even talking about. They could be talking about the Great Reset and how fucked up Fauci is and all of this stuff, and still be.
Well, they do. No, these are resistance movement people. These are people that are, for the most part, on board with all the stuff that we talk about. The problem she has with them is they're promoting blockchain, and she's like,
I don't think
calling out. Here's the information. She addresses them directly, which is what I respect.
Okay.
And she's like, she goes right to him, and she's like, where do you stand on this position? And social impact finance, the blockchaining children, blockchaining educational records, these, and she'll ask directly. So respect. Again, maybe I'm too forgiving. I do respect Allison's point of view, and I respect that she's not willing to associate with anybody that she considers even questionable as far as supporting blockchaining people, blockchaining human beings. So shout out that she's on my top 25 list, so we'll get to her again.
Yeah.
Billy,
that was a remarkable episode you and her did together.
Thank you.
For
real. Billy Carson, the black Billy Carson.
I was about to say, is that your great grand?
No, my dad's name is Billy Carson, but there's a Billy Carson that's right. That's like a conscious influencer. He's associated with Gaia, and Gaia is actually on my quote unquote, just Gaia in general. They're on my quote unquote controlled op list, but at the same time, they're talking about a lot of things that
exactly. I mean, you have a whole network dedicated to the alternative. I mean, that's enough right there. You have a whole network.
But Allison would say there's a lot of blockchain people in there. So, I mean, I get it. I get that too. JP Sears, he's a comedian that I still think he's funny, but he's just gone too far pro-Trump for me lately. I don't know what's up with him, but I still like him. I still think he
picked a side.
Yeah, no, I know, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like picking.
I don't like it either. But I can tell you one thing. I can tell you what side ain't being picked.
I agree, but for me,
I get it, G. If it's
it always comes back to the immortal technique bar. I don't see a difference in between the wrong and the wrong.
No, you're right, but
that's it. I know. Right. There's no but for me, because fuck the Republicans. I feel this strongly.
No, fuck them all.
When I say fuck the Republicans, I mean it as strongly as when I say fuck the Democrats.
Fuck them all. But I think I am to the point now where I do think I don't care what surface people. Oh, what are you talking about? How could you say what you're saying because I'm a liberal and I'm such a shit? I get what the normal, everyday, average citizen that's a liberal is. You have no idea. So I get it. Like, you're probably fine. I get it. I'm talking about the people that know what's up, that know and are liberal. It's different. Oh, James, you're a conservative. It has nothing to do with that once again, because we got to clearly always remind these sheep that it has nothing to do with choosing a side, but it is pointing out one side very hard because with me, it hits a little differently personally. But anyway, I'm not ranting, G.
No, it is what it is.
Wrong is wrong.
Well, the next two, look, as long as we're on this political rant, I might as well name these next two. Ron Paul and Andrew Yang. They're probably the only two politicians that I've ever felt like I support. Again, after the fact, down the road, I have many more disagreements with them these days than I did when I was more supportive of them. But either way, they've both impacted me. They're the only two politicians that have ever written books that I've read. I read The Revolution by Ron Paul, as well as End the Fed by Ron Paul. And I liked both books. Again, as I grew older, some of the ideas became less and less favorable to me, I guess.
You mean like
less and less appealing.
Ideas?
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, they still, again, they opened my mind in different ways. And Andrew Yang, you know, he wrote a book called The War on Normal People. Allison would probably hate me for giving any sort of love to Andrew Yang, because he's definitely on the pro technocrat.
I'm not a big fan.
I'm not a big Yang fan anymore, but there are some ideas in that book.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, you can always sift through and find the nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, there's shit I like Trump say.
You know, I agree. I agree with that. But I still don't like. I don't like his character. I don't like
crazy.
I don't like Trump's character. I don't like his.
No, I feel you. A lot of people don't like Trump's character. I personally, I don't know, man. I've grown.
I know how you feel about him, but I still don't.
With me, I just think we're in a moment with the people, with the powers that be. And listen, I get it. He's plugged into the powers that be. But my point is, you can't passive ain't working no more. That's why, at the same token, I feel Allison, even with the statement I was about to say before, where it was like, I remember one pod we did, I think it was when I was sitting outside and I had it. Something was going on that day. And I was like, you either get it or you don't. Like we're at a point now after this whole COVID thing, there is no more like, oh, I'm gonna dip my toe in and kind of, nah, man, you should. There's no more excuses. I think I was just ranting about how there's no more excuses. You got to get it now, because what are we doing? Like dipping your toe in was what should have been happening forever ago, so we wouldn't even be here today, but we are here today.
I feel you, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Foster Gamble. Okay, so this is most people are going to say that's obvious controlled op there. He's heir to the Procter and Gamble fortune, but he did a documentary called Thrive, and again, controlled op or not, there's a lot of good information in that documentary. I thought it was a really good one. So
hey, once again, sometimes people are born into things and they actually do feel and look at things differently than they're taught or bred to look at it.
And he tells his story at the beginning of that documentary, and that's pretty much, you nailed it. You know, he said he didn't like the way that his elitist family and circle ran, so he kind of did his own thing.
I truly, well, not true. I pretty much know that same thing that happened with Princess Diana, and that's different because she married into that she wasn't, you know, so that's different. But I think it's very similar to where some other people on that hierarchy tree are at too, like the granddaughter of the Rothschild that's fucking dating Jay Electronica right now. Now, granted, she could just be what they call a handler for all I know, but
yeah,
I just find it very hard to believe that Jay Electronica is being handled. I just can't wrap my brain around that, so I don't think that's what's happening. So anyway, we see that often where it is not out of the realm of possibility that somebody could be born into an elitist family and still look around as they grow up and be like, what the fuck? This shit is nuts. What is this? So, you know.
No, I definitely understand
like you said, controlled op or not, you just can't shun them out, listen, and make your own discernment.
Greg Braden, he's actually the host of a show called Missing Links on Gaia. But yeah, I really appreciate him. Again, another one that may be controlled op, but I'm so sick of that fucking term. It's like, just figure it out yourself. Like if you have a specific issue with something that they've done or said, then bring up that specific issue. Don't say they're associated with Gaia, so he's automatically controlled op. Like that's such a lazy argument. I'm tired of that shit. Like I understand they might be controlled op. I'm not even disagreeing with you. Just like specifically address what you don't like. Like don't just try to undermine their, you know, character or like just try to be dismissive of them. Period.
Exactly.
Like, I don't.
Exactly. Exactly.
Eric Dubay, the flat Earth guy. Brought him up earlier, so not much more to say there.
Mm-hmm.
Albert Hoffman, he discovered LSD. Alex Gray, he is a psychedelic artist that runs a mission or an art facility, kind of I don't know what you would call it, a retreat up in upstate New York called the Cos Cosmic of Sacred Mirrors or the Cosmos of Sacred Mirrors or something like that. But he's trippy. His art is just type in Alex Gray art and just do a Google image search and you'll be like, whoa. Chris Bennett, he's like a cannabis expert, I would say. He did a Ben Stewart podcast, so I'll put that in the description. But that's the main reason. That's the reason I heard about him, and he was just cannabis is a love of mine. So yeah, he was great. Daniel Pinchback, he's an author. I read two of his books from back in the day, Breaking Open the Head and 2012, The Return of Quetzalcoatl. And both of those books were pretty good. They're out there, but they're good. Dr. Rick Strausman, he was the guy that did the DMT experiments back in the 90s. Dr. Roland Griffith, he's done work with psilocybin and microdosing. Duncan Trussell, he does podcasts. He's like a comedian. He's been on Joe Rogan a lot. I just find him funny, and I just kind of like with him. The reason he made the list for me is I just like his disposition. Like I like his energy. He's just like happy-go-lucky. Like he's curious, but he's like not taking anything too serious, and he's kind of funny. Like I like his vibe. Hamilton Morris, Jack Harrer. Jack Harrer is a cannabis legend. He wrote Emperor Wears No Clothes. Hamilton Morris is just a drug expert in general, like both natural and pharmaceutical. Joe Martino, he runs a website called Collective Evolution, which is in the resistance movement. People might say controlled op again, but whatever. John Anthony West, he's an Egyptologist. He was on Joe Rogan twice. Both of those episodes are really good. He's an older fella, but he's definitely got that old school swag, just straight to the point, dry humor, cuts to the bone type of no shit, no bullshit type of mindset or the way he expresses himself. John Cassiopo, he's a loneliness expert. So as the guy who started the Alienation podcast, I had to give my flowers to Dr. John Cassiopo or Capiopo. The only reason I heard of him is because of Johan Hari, who I'll talk about later. Jonathan Haidt, he wrote a book called Why Are Good People Divided on Religion and Politics? Pretty good book. He's also done a lot of research into like he went to UVA and he was a liberal, but then now he's more conservative, but not even really.
Anybody
he's more like moderate.
From what I hear, you grow up, become an adult, you become more conservative. Usually that's how that happens.
Yeah, but he's a like a psychological, like the way he thinks is very psychological. So he broke down like why people are liberal, why people are Republican. It's a good book.
I've seen studies on that too. Yeah,
it's good. Jonathan Haidt, Haidt, good stuff. I mentioned Judy Mikovits earlier, virologist. She wrote a book called The Plague of Corruption in 2019, which is hilarious. Knowing what we know now with COVID, if you go and read that book, it's like it doesn't seem that surprising. It's like it's almost like, damn, I knew it was corrupt, like blah blah blah. But when you realize that she wrote it the year before COVID, it's just like almost mind-blowing. Julian Assange, WikiLeaks. What else can you say there?
Yep.
Michael Rupert, he's committed suicide back in the mid 2000s, but he was the guy that broke the CIA drug trafficking story back in the day. About CIA smuggling crack into LA. Nassim Harriman, he's like he calls himself a universal physicist or a unified field theory physicist. But he's just a smart dude. He's a little bit too heady for me, and I'm pretty smart. So unless you're a really smart person, maybe don't worry about him. But if you're out there and you're one of the intellectual people out there listening, Nassim Harriman, mind blowing. Ram Dass, LSD guy from back in the day. Mindfulness and meditation awareness are kind of his themes. Randall Carlson, a geologist that talks about the last ice age. And he talks about some like ancient civilizations, and in the same realm as Graham Hancock and John Anthony West and Robert Bovall, Robert Scotch, who I both have on here. Randy Kramer, this is a name I had asterisks because this is a name that most people probably have not heard. He does, I forget, if you type in Randy Kramer Gaia on Google, you'll find, now you'll have to subscribe to Gaia or at least do the free trial. But Randy Kramer tells a story on one of those Gaia episodes about his life, his own life. And it's just, I don't even want to spoil it. Just type in Randy Kramer Gaia. Super soldier might help. The word super soldier. And if you want to try the free trial, or if you already have Gaia, check that out. Just fascinating is what that's the word, fascinating. Sam Tripoli, podcaster, tin foil hat podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I don't listen to all of the podcasts that he does, but he gets great guests on every now and then. So whenever he gets a guest on that I've heard
episodes on there,
or is talking about a topic that I feel really interested about, I'll check it out. The only ancient person I have on here, Socrates. I fuck with Socrates because when he died, he said, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. And I fucking love that quote.
I literally gee, seriously.
Perfect, right?
Yep.
Stanislav Grof, he did a lot of LSD research in the 70s, 60s, 70s. Timothy Leary, another LSD icon from Harvard. So that's pretty much that. Now I want to just finish by doing the top 25. Number one, and this is where I'm going to share my screen. This is the whole reason why I brought up all of these so earlier that you were making fun of me for.
That's why.
So I already mentioned Pyramid Realm on Twitter. Check out Pyramid Realm. I like his content. Wide Vision, I already mentioned. Check out his content. And then here's where we get into my top 25. Again, this is not, it's a very loose order. It's not, I just kind of threw this together, but they're definitely, loosely from 25 to 1. It's not a really a hard and fast order, but shout out Conspiracy. He's got his own website, but you can go on here, conspiracy.com. He's got some merch on here, which that's pretty tight, man. Congrats to you for getting that started.
I've liked what Chris has done.
I like it. One thing about Chris, and I think this is the time for me to say it, is he's like, I'll just go ahead and admit it. He does a better job as far as producing the podcast. And I think he has more of a hunger and a desire to be like a professional podcaster. Where for me, I think it comes kind of natural for him based off of the timeline in which we started following him. And I could just, you can hear it and how he even does his. And for me, to circle back to something that we were talking about a little bit at the beginning of the show, for me, this is not a professional endeavor. Again, I'm going to talk about gift economy here in a second when I get to Charles Eisenstein. But, I'm not going to turn down any donations if people feel like I'm doing such a great job with the podcast that they want to support me. I am willing to accept any donations gratefully. But at the same time, I'm not going to turn this into a business. This is a therapy session for me when I get on here with you, or when I get on with a guest that I'm pretty selective, even as far as my high profile guests. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want to sound braggadocious either. There have been a couple people that I reached out to that didn't respond, or that, with, Nick Hinton, we got him on and there was some confusion. The internet was, of course, not working. It was being weird. Yeah. But shout out Nick. He'll be on my list too. So I'm gonna get to you in a minute, Nick. But anyways, my point is, I'm not just trying to get, it's not a guest-based podcast. This is, for the most part, a me and you podcast at this point. That's why I changed the name to the Balancing Act. And this is therapy for me. So this has got a different purpose than what Chris is trying to do. But at the same time, I love what Chris is doing. So I wanted to give him his flowers. Next, obviously, the king of podcasting, Joe Rogan. We've already talked about it, so I'm not going to, we don't have to rehash everything that we've already said about Joe Rogan, but just controlled opposition or not,
just great at what he does.
Just an amazing work, man. He's done almost 1,800 podcasts now.
I know.
That's astounding, straight up.
Yeah, it really is.
So shout out Joe Rogan. I don't always listen. Just like my Twitter bio says, a retweet is not an endorsement of the tweet, not the tweeter. You know,
I wish he would get Jim Carrey on. I feel like Jim Carrey has been wanting to tell people what he really wants people to know for so long, but he just he does, but then he doesn't, and he can't, but he tries, but then he really can't. It's really weird. I just think that Rogan could make him. More people need to shout out to speaking of giving flowers, shout out to Noriega and Drink Champs and what that has grown to now.
Yeah.
And like what's so
DJ EFN. I'm sorry, DJ EFN. Everybody likes Nori. Everybody likes Nori, but I probably wouldn't even watch Drink Champs if it wasn't for EFN. Nori, I don't know. I know he's a legend. He's a legend. He's well respected, and he gets
and
great
not only
guests
that,
on.
He's real and authentic, and all of that you probably don't like about Nori is because he's not super refined. He's rough, and I like that.
That's real. That's real.
You know what I'm saying? But what I was going to say about the pod was, what's so good about it is that it's like, first of all, more people, you would get more truth out of more people if they got drunk. Right, wrong, or indifferent.
That's real.
Imagine getting Jim Carrey ass on Rogan.
Well, Rogan gives bourbon.
Rogan does drink.
They'll drink on Rogan.
They drink sometime. But just imagine getting Carrey sauced up. I bet you wouldn't see no more Carrey. Carrey would be in so much trouble if he got sauced up. But I don't know, something about that. Just when you said that, just made me.
No, Jim Carrey deserves his flowers too. There's in fact on that King ISO album that I've shot out a couple times, Dementia. The number one, in fact, it's King ISO's most popular song in general, and it happens to be on that album. It's called Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey, yeah.
It's a great song. You should check it out.
There's something very intriguing and interesting to me about Carrey, and I think that he wants so badly to be on our side. It's just I don't know if he can.
I feel you.
Yeah, just as he's so far, But anyway, go ahead. Zeitgeist.
Before I even get to Zeitgeist, Thich Nhat Hanh, he's an author. He wrote a book called Living Buddha, Living Christ, and he actually has a term called interbeing, which is another term that Charles Eisenstein has picked up himself, but he gives Thich Nhat Hanh credit for coining the term. But I love that term. I feel like we are one being, and I'm like I'm one cell in the being that is humanity. So that idea was just most clearly, or one of the most clearly ways of painting that picture for me was Thich Nhat Hanh in a book called Living Buddha, Living Christ. And he's talking about, the title is alluding to all of us have a living Buddha and a living Christ within us. And we don't need to look to an external Christ or an external Buddha for our salvation. Amazing stuff. Number 22, Paul Joseph. He is the director of the film, or the filmmaker for Zeitgeist, which you can find on YouTube for free. And I will put the link in the description. If you haven't already watched Zeitgeist, most people I feel like have that are watching this podcast have probably heard of Zeitgeist.
At least heard of it,
because it's it's classic as far as the resistance community or the truth community. We got to figure out what we're going to call ourselves.
We do need to coin a term.
The Seers.
This point, G, we could come up with our own.
I like the
term
Seers. The
see if
Seers.
it catches.
What about the Seers?
Seers?
The Seers. C.
Oh, the Seers.
C.
Yeah, I do.
SEERS. The Seers.
Seers. I've definitely talked about seeing a lot. I mean, once you see, you can't unsee.
You always talk about it. Now you see me, now you don't. That movie. I've heard you talk about that a lot. You talked about it on the Human Vibration episode. You talked about it with me a couple times.
I just think because
you can't. Once you put words on what you see, you've already distorted it.
Exactly. But you know it when you see it. You see it. You like, oh. That whole movie was just layering. I know Human Vibration talks about templates so much. She talks about templates so much. And to me, now you see me as a template for just the illusionist that control this society.
Hell yeah. 21, John Chavez. He made a documentary with Ben Stewart called DMT Quest. He also wrote a book called Questions for the Lion Tamer, diving into the mystery that is DMT. No nonsense type of personality. I kind of like his style. John Chavez, check him out. I'm going to put the link.
That's why you like Mike Tomlin so much.
Right. Which of course we know that's all an act. That, you know, NFL. We've got a whole episode coming up about that. We don't need to go into that.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
We got a whole episode.
Damn, I think I see where you're going with it though. Yeah. Like they're playing these characters. All right, anyway.
So next on my list, Reza Islam. You know about Reza Islam.
I swear there's a side of me that probably would be Islamic if I wasn't, you know, if I was a little bit more disciplined. But I look, regardless of the super religious aspect of it, I'm not even getting into that. The fact that these brothers is disciplined.
This is one video that he won me over with. He went on Sway in the Morning.
Yep.
And he brought the receipts, like we talk about with Allison McDowell. She's got the receipts. He's got the receipts.
Oh, this is specifically, I'm looking at the title now, G. This is specifically about that.
Yeah. Wow, so I'm gonna link this in the description as well. This is the Reza Islam interview on Sway's Universe, Sway in the Morning, back in 2019. But yeah, I mean, it's on my favorites playlist.
Let me ask you.
So one more thing though, because it just reminded me. Check out my YouTube playlist. I spend time building those playlists. The favorites are, you know, not our creation. The favorites list is just my favorites across all of YouTube. And there's I only put about 20, 30 in there. So I was picky with my favorites.
Right.
There's a lot more than 20 or 30 that I could have put on there.
Right.
I've got a whole playlist just for Ben Stewart stuff. And then I've got a whole playlist just for Ben Stewart's Waking Infinity series. I got a lot of respect for him. He's going to be higher on the list, of course, coming up. I've got a whole playlist for Allison McDowell, which most of that playlist is clips from our episode. But there are some clips from other podcasts that she's done that I felt were to the point. And then I've got a Human Vibration playlist, which is from the 2 episodes we did together, as well as a couple of clips from me and you talking about Loosh, as well as me and Conspiracy talking about Loosh. And then there's the whole playlist that's our story. Anyhow, check out all of my playlists on my YouTube channel.
Let me ask you a quick question before you move on from this one, G. I feel like if a lot of what Allison talks about and somebody like brother, what's his name?
Reza Islam.
Brother, okay. Well, somebody like him talking about don't vaccinate your children. There has to be, when both people are basically on the same side, right? There has to be, if there's truth to these things, to his lane and her lane, there has to be, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to sit, for example, both of them down and hear a lot of the same stuff. When you listen to him on Sway, is a lot of what he's talking about why not to vaccinate your children relative to a lot of the theories that are coming from Allison, or facts or theory, whatever you want to call them, is coming from Allison by any chance? Without giving the whole episode away, I'm just saying, like, is he talking about, you know, the social contracts and a lot of those reasons?
I don't know. No, I mean that interview's from 2019, so a lot of the topics that Allison
haven't even came up yet.
So brand new, you know.
Oh,
I mean,
so
it's not, but it's just like Allison said, they're not actually brand new if you've been.
But basically, all of what he was talking about was for vaccines in general.
Right.
Got you. Of course. Oh,
but he brought the receipts. But he brought the receipts.
More COVID thing.
So no, he brought the receipts. He brought the receipts. He brought the receipts. Just watch that. Just watch it. I'll link it in the description. Just watch it.
I'm not going to hamper on this, but just to throw something out there, this is what I'm talking about when I was saying sometimes you don't need to be coddled or handheld to know something ain't right. All you got to do is look at all these people that have these issues and illnesses and these crazy things that weren't happening when my dad and your dad were growing up, and like all you got to do is point to like what's the it's just like with Washington, they suck. Why do they suck? Well, who's the constant in the room? of why they suck. It's the same thing for all of this stuff. It's like, what's the constant? You know, when we started getting 25 shots a day from being a kid, a lot of stuff started. But anyway, I'm not ranting on that. Go ahead, G.
Yeah, so number 19 is Dr. Cassie Huckabee. She's a holistic doctor, homeopathic.
My fave.
I heard about her from the Ben Stewart podcast. So I'm gonna I follow her on Instagram now. But basically she says your life is your medicine. It's you know, we are naturally, our body is designed to be healthy. It's more about stop eating the bad foods that are preventing you from being healthy. Start stretching, start moving consciously. Right. She's wonderful. So yeah, just check her out. Number 18, Ricky Williams. Dude, Ricky Williams, former running back, Miami Dolphins, New Orleans Saints, Texas running back. When he left football to become a holistic doctor, that was a moment where I started questioning things a little bit. I'll admit, when it first happened, I was like, "What is he doing?" I was still.
We all did. We weren't even close to being there yet, G. And I remember that I was thinking the same thing. I was like, "Man, look at this brother messing his life." We all thought this is what we're conditioned to look at when people step outside of the norm.
So his story, I'm not gonna go too deep into Ricky Williams, but his story is just an amazing story to me. I love him as a person. I think he's just so genuine. Listening to him talk, he's just everything that I like about human beings, man. He's just a genuine human being, and I love Ricky Williams. One quick story that I'll tell, when he first did that, he did a 60 Minutes interview with Chris Wallace, and Chris Wallace asked, "Do you do anything worse than marijuana?" And he was like, "Well, sweets." And Chris Wallace was like, "Sweets?" He was like, "Yeah, you know, cakes, cookies, ice cream." And the look on Chris Wallace's face was
puns. These pundits, man. I mean, for him, do you do anything worse? I mean, these are the people, bro, that I've got to get better at being able.
But what an answer! But what an answer!
You know, very true, very true, very true. So I would have blew up on his ass, and Ricky's like, "Sweets."
So matter of factly.
Yeah, right.
Matter of factly, like he wasn't saying anything weird. Like he was saying the truth, and it was not. It wasn't even controversial in his mind. He was just saying it so flatly and so like, yeah, cake and ice cream and cookies is way worse for me. Duh. Like it was just a fact. And it was just, and knowing what we know now, it is just a fact. Yeah. But in 2005, 2000, whatever,
ahead of his time,
2004,
ahead of his time with it.
So Ricky Williams, got to give you.
How do you get these things to say number 15 and all this stuff, G?
That's Ben. This is the way he titled the podcast. This is Ben's podcast.
This is Ben's podcast.
Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. This is a YouTube browser, and this is number. Well, I shouldn't have him here because I actually have him higher on the list. But number 9 for me was Robert Forte. Number 15 this was just the 15th podcast on Ben Stewart's podcast.
I saw other numbers too, and I was just like,
that was a Ben Stewart podcast. That was Cassie Huckabee was the 25th one on the Ben Stewart podcast. That's all that number is. There's not going to be numbers on the ones that aren't Ben Stewart podcasts.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So anyways, we're gonna skip around here, folks. But number 9 on my list is this guy, Robert Forte. As somebody that loves psychedelics, mushrooms, LSD, MDMA, this interview was like, I had never heard of the guy before Ben had him on, and this is by far my favorite Ben Stewart podcast so far. He's done like 34. The most recent one is up there. The most recent one is in my top 5 with a guy named Andreas Nicholas, and he's a Tartarian historian of the Great Tartarian Empire. Have you heard of this?
I have not.
Tartaria. Yeah, you should check him out. But I don't even have him on this list because I just watched that the other day. This list isn't even that updated yet. But yeah, that was a great one. Andreas Nicholas. And this guy, Robert Forte, man, this guy, anybody who's interested in the history of MDMA, specifically MDMA, he's like a super expert in that one specific drug. But also like LSD, just the whole psychedelic movement. 60s and 70s. This guy is the most articulated. I mean, he just blew me away, dude. That podcast is amazing. So I'm gonna put that link in there.
Yep.
Let's see.
Dude,
Graham
I'm
Hancock.
just as much fun with this list as the listeners.
Graham Hancock is he's a guy that
I've heard you bring him up before.
He's written a lot of books. He wrote Fingerprints of the Gods and Magician of the Gods. Those are two of his most popular books. But he's ancient Atlantis, ancient civilization theorist. He's been on Rogan 4 or 5 times, which is, I already scrolled past it, but he was on here somewhere. But anyways, Graham Hancock, right here we go. Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, but he's been on the Joe Rogan podcast several times. He's also got a banned TED Talk, which is this right here, called The War on Consciousness, which this is really awesome. Banned? A banned TED Talk. Yeah, man. Amazing stuff.
I like things that are banned.
So yeah, just see that immediately. This a great. Well, there's 2 of them. My very next one, my very next person on here, Rupert Sheldrake. The only other person that I know who has a banned TED Talk called The Science Delusion.
He's also banning them. Is YouTube banning them?
Ted has banned them.
Oh, Ted banned them. Why? Has he come
Too
out
controversial? Too controversial. Yeah. Well, TED is an organization, not a person, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
TED, and then it looks like I skipped it, but there was number 17. Her name is Christine Summers. It looks like I missed it on here, so I will come back to that, or I'll just put the link in the description and not worry about that for now. But her name is Christine Summers, and the one link that I'll provide is she did a Joe Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan 724, and she talks about, she was a feminist in the 60s and 70s, and she's still a feminist, but she calls herself a classical feminist, and she has quite the critique of modern feminism, which I think she's spot on. Richard she is. Richard Dolan, he is as far as UFO or alien stuff, he's the guy that I go to. I think he's the most well versed in that side of things. So Richard Dolan, check him out. And of course, couldn't go without giving my flowers to the great and wonderful Human Vibration. Check her Twitter out. If you have Instagram, check her out on Instagram.
Continuing to grow too, up to 41.5 now. Oh boy.
Awesome, right? She was like 22,000 when I first
when I came. Yeah, like 50, like 18 for me or something. I don't know, but yeah.
So I have a whole, as I mentioned earlier, playlist of the Human Vibration clips on my YouTube channel. So check this out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
This is my Ben Stewart channel. Kymatica is at the top of the list. There's a Bruce Lipton interview. Bruce Lipton is actually the next person on my list, which is why I had this browser here. This clip specifically, this is the whole interview that he did with Bruce Lipton for Kymatica. Parts of this interview are in the actual documentary, but this is the whole uncut interview, and it's absolutely amazing. This interview alone put Bruce Lipton on my list. Although he's done some other things. He's on Gaia. He's written some books that I've read. So this isn't the only thing, like with some of the other people I've mentioned previously, but this interview in particular is probably my favorite piece of information that Bruce Lipton has been a part of. And of course, Ben Stewart is connected to it. But continuing down the list, as I mentioned earlier, Ben Stewart did a documentary called Ungrip, which follows the life of a gentleman named, he now goes by Rob of the Paget family, because if you break down maritime admiralty law, I mean, even our name is corporatized, you know? And so like you are James Harris, the corporation. And so that's why he specifically goes by Rob of the Paget family, other than Rob Paget, because Rob Paget is the corporation that represents the natural person, Rob of the Paget family. So that's I mean, Ungrip is amazing. Again, all of the Ben Stewart documentaries are amazing, but the reason I bring that up is to tie in. This may be the best 14 or 15 minutes on the internet, period. Jordan Maxwell, maritime admiralty law. Yeah, I just, he breaks down, it's word magic stuff. This is all about word magic. So definitely check out that clip. Shout out Nick Hinton. I mean, he's like a king in the conspiracy truther resistance realm. He's written a couple of books. One was called the Saturn Time Cube Simulation, and another one is called the Aquarian Singularity.
Yeah, man.
Both books
are great. I mean, I haven't read them. I like you've read them, I think, but I've got the foreword on a lot of them and bounced through them. It's funny because I don't even think Nick. I think Nick was like, I don't know if these guys. I think Nick is so out there that he probably thought we were like fucking with him or something.
Yeah, no, I know. But I love the guy, so I got to give him the flowers.
For sure, absolutely. Are you kidding me? One of my
I am gonna ask him to get back on the podcast eventually. I'm gonna ask him to get on at some point.
Yeah, for sure.
It didn't work out on our first attempt, but we love you, Nick.
Yep, absolutely, man. One of the first follows when I got on this joint.
Yep. And he has his own website. So Nick Hinton with 2Ns.com. You can buy his book on here. Yeah, man. I like the way he thinks, the way he writes his narrative, so to speak.
Yep.
Robert Forte, I already brought him up. Now, this is the one where I do want to spend just a little bit of time. Charles Eisenstein, Allison McDowell called him out recently because he's going to be a speaker at the Greater Resistance 3 Summit, an event with a bunch of crypto bros and other people that have different various worldviews in regard to how to resist the new world order, the deep state, whatever you want to call this vaccination movement. And Allison's not with them because she's like so anti-blockchain that anything associated with like pro-blockchain companies or projects, she's just hard no. And I respect that. And most of the people that she has called out, Glenn Greenwald, RFK Jr., Derek Bros, Catherine Austin Fitts, I look into it and everything that she says checks out. With Charles Eisenstein, I have to defend him a little bit. I have to also be fair to Allison. She hasn't directly attacked Charles or gone after him in the same way that she went after some of the other people. But she just posted a clip of Charles Eisenstein podcast that he did with a guy called Aubrey Marcus, where it does seem like Charles is downplaying the concern of anti-blockchain people like Allison McDowell, or the social impact finance people like Allison McDowell. And I understand where Allison is like, that's not good that he's downplaying that. It's definitely an important issue. I agree with her. It's an important issue. But if you follow Charles and you actually listen to a lot of the things that he's saying, it is pretty consistent with his worldview, because he's kind of like a more spiritual, like, if he, the way he sees it is like the resistance or like Allison McDowell's response is almost, she might be saying all the true things, all facts, but his, I guess, perspective on that is that like trying to control it is just like trying to grab water.
But it kind of is.
And yeah, exactly. So his point is that we should just surrender and not necessarily surrender like our souls, but just focus on creating the positive aspects of our story.
You're right.
And because I've read, so the main reason I'm also a little defensive of Charles is he wrote a book called Sacred Economics, and he proposes a couple of ideas in there that the main one is gift economy. And that connects to what I was talking about earlier with like, I'm not really trying to be professional with this podcast. I'm more about making this therapy session, using my voice, getting things off my chest that I need to get off, telling my story, listening to your story, allowing you to do the same things that I just said about myself. And building a community I don't care if that, I'm not worried about building my community. As long if it happens organically, of course it's still a goal, but at the same time, I feel like when you strive to build a community, that's when you attract the parasites, So It is what it is. And you got to have some way of vetting the bad apples from getting into your community, you know?
This is true.
But his book, he's got a few good ones, but this one right here, Sacred Economics, man, if you're an economic person, if you're a money person at all, this is really just an amazing piece of work. And that's why, you know, I want to be a part of the emergent gift economy. And so anybody who wants to donate to the podcast, I take that, I accept that as willingly as I give out my money to people like Ben Stewart. It's you know, it's not about putting up a paywall. It's about, for me, it's like I'm gonna give you my voice, and if you appreciate it so much that you want to pay me, I'm not gonna be like this altruistic, like meditating monk in Tibetan mountains, and like your money's no good here. No, right. I'll take your money, but at the same time, I'm not focused on turning this podcast into a business. The purpose for me is to keep it real, to be a therapy, you know, to be a therapy session like we talked about. So that's why I defend Charles, even though I do appreciate where Allison's coming from. Terrence McKenna, he has passed away, but one of the biggest influences on my worldview in general. We Plants Are Happy Plants is a YouTube channel that has a lot of digital Terrence McKenna footage. And so check out We Plants Are Happy Plants on YouTube. I'll have that in the description as well. But that's like my biggest Terrence McKenna resource. He also wrote 2 books. One is called The Archaic Revival, and the other one is called Food of the Gods. They're both, you know, if you're interested in magic mushrooms, ayahuasca, DMT, LSD, marijuana, and this sort of countercultural consciousness exploration, Terrence McKenna is the man. Chris Ryan, he has a podcast called Tangentially Speaking. I think he's a pretty good podcaster, but I actually appreciate his books much more than his podcasts. He wrote a couple of books. One is called Sex at Dawn, and it's about you of all people need to
get that. You told me about this one.
Because you question monogamy, and that book dismantles monogamy as a natural institution. So yeah, that's a good one. And then he wrote another one called Civilized to Death that I bought but have yet to read. But Sex at Dawn is a top 5 book for me. So Chris Ryan, love you, man, giving you your flowers. Allison McDowell, of course, we've talked about her throughout this episode, so I don't want to spend too much more time, but she is a unique and wonderful soul. And if there's anything her and I strongly agree on, it's the importance of the indigenous worldview, and you know, seeing natural life as something that is priceless.
All right.
Johann Hari. All right, this guy wrote a book called Lost Connections, which is another top 5 book for me. But he also has 2 TED Talks. And as far as TED Talks that are not banned, these are probably the 2 best TED Talks that are not banned in TED's library. One is called Everything You Think You Know About Addiction Is Wrong. And the other one is called This Is Why You Could Be Anxious or Depressed.
We had a very long convo about that first book, G, coming back when I was driving back from somewhere. I just vividly remember we were talking about it on the phone.
And both of those clips are in my favorites playlist. You'll see I've got this playlist pulled up here. I've got the Graham Hancock Band TED Talk, Rupert Sheldrake Band TED Talk, Reza Islam on Sway, both of Johann Hari's TED Talks, Dr. Quantum animations. This one I'm going to remove. That's not creme de la creme right there. The Power of the Heart. Those 3 minutes. That's an amazing 3 minutes right there. There's Mike Rupert, as I mentioned earlier. He's talking to on behalf of the Black community in Los Angeles, and this is the 5.5 minutes that exposed the CIA's connection to the Contras in Nicaragua and the cocaine trafficking that was going on at the time.
So many people trust in this country.
And anyways, this whole list here of favorite clips are some pretty awesome stuff. But let me go ahead and continue. Daniel Quinn, now he's from the old school. He did do a couple of podcasts, but I gotta say, His books, he articulates himself writing much better than he does as a podcast guest. But this is his website, ishmael.org. These three books, Ishmael, The Story of B, and My Ishmael, some of my favorite books ever. Beyond Civilization is kind of a pragmatic look at the worldview that he spells out in these three amazingly written stories. And then Tales of Adam, those are some short stories that are pretty awesome that I've read. I'm going to read all of his stuff because he's just such a good writer. But The Holy is also another one that I read. That one is a pretty awesome book, especially if you're into Satanism at all. He actually kind of paints Satanism in a good light. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I've read. Yeah, we'll have a pod about that stuff too.
Number two, and you guys might be surprised he's only number two, because as much as I talk about him, Ben Stewart, like, this guy, he is just amazing. There's not, I can't say enough good things about him. Again, we talk about controlled opposition. Ben is associated with Gaia, so there are some people out there that are going to be like, oh, he's controlled opposition. Whatever, think what you want. I'm not gonna. I disagree when it comes to Ben. He's like me. He's always questioning himself.
My thing is, even if he was this, look, the stuff that he's making. And the information that he should, I'm not going to say even if he was, I shouldn't say that, because some controlled ops are actually leading you away from anything of substance. But I mean, that, once again, you got to be able to feel that out, man. I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen from Ben and hearing him talk, I mean, listen, I know part of being good at that, you know, like Obama, for example, is to win you over that way. But I don't know, man. So like I said, sometimes you got to be able to just have it hit your heart, and you've got.
It resonates with me, man. Way his worldview, everything about him. It's like to me, he's like a more advanced version of me, because he thinks even the way that I think. It's like it blows my mind, you know. But he's all like, you know, he's less of a pothead, I guess, and so he's like retaining information.
Yeah, that's the.
He's on a different level than me.
On a different level, yeah, man. Barely drinks. You're already different when you can do all that, because
I know.
Yeah,
he's he's the fucking last airbender, bro. He's the Avatar, I think.
Well, it's not like the universe hasn't given us these people exist out here. We got to find them.
He's amazing, dude. I don't care. I don't care. He, you know, controlled opposition, whatever. I don't care. Like, just listen to what he's saying and decide for yourself. So that's how I feel about him. I mean, I have two whole playlists dedicated to just his work. So that just alone tells you how I feel. Got to give my flowers to Ben. Thank you again, Ben. And as much as I love Ben, he's number two on my list. Number one, of course, Don Miguel Ruiz and both of his sons. Let's throw them in there. Don Miguel Jr., Don Jose. I just, beyond words, man. I've read this one. It's called A Return to Unconditional Love. Eros, A Return to Unconditional Love. That's his newest book. The Actor, another amazing book. The Three Questions is a great book. The Toltec Art of Life and Death. That would not get my highest recommendation out of all of his books. Is good. I mean, everything he writes is good. But The Fifth Agreement, that's amazing. That's his son. He wrote it with his son, Don Jose. That's amazing. The Four Agreements, amazing. The Mastery of Love, amazing. The Voice of Knowledge, amazing. Beyond Fear, absolutely mind-shattering and amazing.
Yeah, I bet anything Beyond Fear.
The 5 Levels of Attachment by Junior, Mastery of Self by Junior, both amazing. 7 Secrets to a Happy, Healthy Relationship. That one, I liked it. Maybe not my highest recommendation out of all of these, but that's up there. Fifth Agreement, as far as Don Jose is a little different than Don Miguel and Don Jr. A lot of his, like the Medicine Bag, the Wisdom of the Shamans, those are more like practices, exercises.
Right.
And My Good Friend the Rattlesnake, that's like a series of short stories. Haven't read Shamanic Power Animals yet. And but the Fifth Agreement, that one, it just takes the four agreements to another level, man.
Really?
Yeah, out of all the ones I've named, the Fifth Agreement and Beyond Fear, and the Voice of Knowledge, man, all of those are so good. There's some of them that are just creme de la creme, you know.
Right.
And I think the Four Agreements obviously is the first one I would recommend to anybody who's not already familiar with his work. But beyond that, the Fifth Agreement, the Voice of Knowledge, the Mastery of Love, and Beyond Fear, those are just the best of the best, man. The best of the best. So that's awesome. That's almost all of my flowers, man. That's pretty much it. Just I'm gonna wrap the rest of it up real quick because I've already mentioned most of this anyway. But favorite books, obviously, number one, I just mentioned pretty much all of the ones that I just named would be my number one. Number two, I talked about it a little bit earlier with Daniel Quinn and his Ishmael trilogy. I talked about that, as well as the book The Holy, which is the one that kind of talks about Satanism in a positive light. Number three, I mentioned it already, Johann Hari, Lost Connections, about mental health, anxiety, depression, loneliness. Amazing book. Sex at Dawn by Christopher Ryan, another one that I just mentioned. There's a theme here. I just mentioned all these. Number five, Terrence McKenna, Food of the Gods and Archaic Revival, another one that I just mentioned. But then some other ones that maybe I didn't just mention. Word Magic by Paul Chow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot. My Big Toe. Now, that one is for the intellectuals out there. If you're not an intellectual, you can skip My Big Toe. There's a lot of big words. Ceremony by Leslie Marmon Silko. If you're into Native American worldview at all, that is a must read. Epic. The Giver by Lois Lowry, A Wrinkle in Time by Madeline L'Engle, and Jonathan Livingston Seagull by Richard Bach are all amazing books that are for people of all ages. I mentioned earlier the only books I've ever read of a political nature, or at least like a modern, not like political philosophy like from school, but like modern day politicians, if you want to call them that, actors. Ron Paul and Andrew Yang. Again, I don't agree with a lot of those ideas anymore, but they did influence me, so I felt the need to mention them. Brian Toohey. I'm not going to say much more about him. Before. You don't know who he is? We've got a podcast. I do. We got a podcast coming up with him.
Oh, yeah.
He wrote a book. He wrote a book called The Fixes In.
Right.
And another one.
Right. Football. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. That's how I didn't, their name didn't hit it first, but yeah.
No worries. Brian Toohey, The Fixes In guy. He's got a couple of books. The Fixes In being the one that I would recommend. thefixesin.net. I'll link that book in the description as well. Hopefully I can fit all of this in the description. We'll see. Nick Hinton's books, I've already mentioned, Aquarian Singularity.
If you can't put it all on a Google
on a comment
and put a link.
I can just put a comment. I can comment on my own video.
Oh yeah.
Anything that doesn't fit in the description, I'll put as a comment. And then anybody out there who has a child with autism or knows anybody with autism, I highly recommend a book called Autism Breakthrough by Ron Kaufman. He was actually diagnosed severely autistic at age 3, and his parents worked tirelessly to get him connected to the world. And so, anyways, I won't harp on that too much, but it's an amazing book if you know anybody or are affected by autism at all. Definitely check that book out. So that's it as far as books. TV, I've only got one on the whole list. Westworld. If you haven't seen Westworld yet, you gotta watch Westworld, period. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
TV. I mean, I know I could get really conscious with it, but I mean, just throwing them out there, Breaking Bad and Ozark were definitely.
Breaking Bad is on my top 5 for sure.
But now Westworld, I told you I gotta finish it, but that's my kind of show though too.
Westworld.
thought-provoking.
It's the only one
and
I put on my
posing,
list. It's the only one.
Yeah.
And I like a lot. I mean, I watch some. I'm not a big TV guy, but I watch some TV.
I know.
And Westworld, but Westworld's the only one that I was putting on this list. And then movies that are not technically documentaries. Waking Life. If you've never seen Waking Life, you have to watch Waking Life. That is, it's amazing. And then it's a guy's journey through different people's dreams. He's dreaming and he's dream traveling. So it's amazing. The other one, and that was an independent film. It won some independent film awards back in the 90s. I don't remember the exact year. And the only other one on this list is another independent film. It's called Crash. And
I've seen Crash.
Yeah.
So
what
a movie that was.
That's an amazing movie.
I need to see it again now.
Now that you're more aware.
I've tried to go back and see all the movies that I feel like I need to see now. That's one I need to watch that again though, for sure. Definitely.
And then I do have a few honorable mentions in the movie category. I'm not, these aren't, whatever. Waking Life and Crash are the two that I most highly recommend, but also Idiocracy, The Truman Show, speaking of Jim Carrey.
Absolutely, The Truman Show. Absolutely.
The Matrix, of course.
Classic.
Almost like doesn't even need to be said. And then the most Hollywood movie that I've ever liked was Forrest Gump. And just something about it. I like the movie. I don't know.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yep. And then that's pretty much all I got for giving out flowers. The last thing I have is legitimate flowers. So shout out Mary Jane, shout out peyote, shout out San Pedro, shout out all of the natural medicines of the world.
Wonderful flowers that were given to us for us to learn from and use, and
herbs of the earth, man. Herbs of the earth. Give
this
us everything.
This has been real, man. This has been pushing.
We're just about to hit. I think we're over 4 hours, bro. We're over 4 hours, so I think we're good.
What a way to get back to it, right?
No kidding. I'll break this into two parts. We'll do a part one and a part two.
And then I think this is going to be
and there's going to be a lot of clips.
I think the list you put together, G, might be one of those lists. Sometimes you come across lists and you're like, yo, whoever put it together, thank you. And it's like made its run through wherever it's made its run through because it's such a historic list. This could be one of those lists, G.
It will be for sure. Yeah. Just a few things I had written down that I guess we didn't fully touch on, just to wrap it up. We already talked about Nas, Russ, in A Room Full of Mirrors, but man, what a end of the year for hip hop in 2021. There was Russ put out a classic album in December, and then Nas putting out Magic on Christmas.
Three albums in like 2 years. Nas doesn't even operate that way, man. It's insane. Well, I think 2020 sparked a lot because it COVID kept everybody at home. They weren't traveling and doing tours, and they got to really just really as an artist, it probably was the best time to be alive for them. I mean, I forgot who said it. They were like, yo, I had an album ready to go and I just rewrote the whole fucking album. Almost. Well, a lot of artists will write another album and then just put that out and probably save the other album. But my point is like 2021 was reaping the benefits of artists and creatives being able to just pretty much be at home and work, and a lot of good work, I think, obviously in 2021, but also in 2022 is going to come from that, and it's going to be another big year though. This year, 2022 is going to be another big year for hip hop.
I was surprised you haven't listened to A Room Full of Mirrors yet. I had that written down to get your thoughts on that, but you got to listen to that.
I haven't even heard of it.
Yeah, check that one out. And then the very last point, we'll wrap it up on this. I just wrote down conspiracy as empowering. And I think where I was going with this mentally was, yes, a lot of the conspiratorial stuff we talk about, and I know you're more on the pessimistic end, and I tend to be on the more optimistic end of that balance. But, something I've been thinking about in regards to conspiracy, which we were just talking about, we don't really like that word so much anymore. I'm trying to find another word, another way to brand us. I think seers. I like seers. So but the reason I put conspiracy is empowering. It's like, you know, if we weren't powerful ourselves, then they would not need to go to the length that they go to try to deceive us. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I totally do.
Like, yes, they are.
Yeah.
There is a lot of facts behind a lot of the quote unquote darker stuff that we talk about or that other people talk about.
For sure.
However, I feel like no matter how dark any particular rabbit hole goes, no matter, even regardless of how factual it is, even the factual stuff, right? No matter how dark it gets, it's just proof that we are powerful. They wouldn't be going to those lengths if we didn't have the power to create our own story and to stop operating in their narrative.
Right.
So I just want to end on that. Like, you know, a lot of people avoid conspiracy because they see it as scary or
the main reason. They're fearful of that.
Or fearful of the way they'll be perceived by their friends if they start looking into rabbit holes, you know, or anything that goes against the, they go away, if they, you know, veer from the narrative, they're worried that they might be looked at in a negative light. So they're scared to even explore some of these ideas the reason I say all of that is conspiracy as empowering is just a reminder that you can look into conspiracy with the knowing that you're more powerful than no matter the light that you can bring to any darkness. You're gonna light. It's like what Bob Marley says. You light up the darkness, and that's all you can do. And what else did Bob Marley say? The people that are working to make this world a darker place are not taking a day off. So why should I? So shout out the legend one more time.
Yeah, man, that's real spill right there. I would way to end that. Real spill. Beautiful, man.
This was awesome, man. And we're gonna be right back here tomorrow.
That's the thing about it. The guest that we have tomorrow, it's gonna be fun.
It's hilarious how we do these podcasts, man. 2 months off, and then we'll go back-to-back nights.
But you know, that a few times. Sometimes, but you know, I don't know how the machines. I don't know how Rogan and them boys do it, man. And even the podcast guys I listen to, which do it, you know, religiously 5 days a week. It's like sometimes you got to have some shit going on though too to get back and have some good content to talk about too, without, you know, sounding like you're repeating yourself or whatever the case is. But no, it is funny how that happens. But you know, we cook up some fabulous stuff, man. Fabulous stuff with it. And it's really not even about, you know, it's more so about giving people just the opportunity to finally say, I love knowing that there are people that run across this that are like, yo, I was thinking the same thing. Or maybe I should look into that. Or like with this master list, which I can't wait to see what this looks like. The stuff that you can find by just opening your mind a little bit, man, and just not having your thoughts made for you, you know, or your feelings made for you, you know, can start to change for a lot. So but this has been beautiful. I think this has definitely been our longest one too.
Without a doubt. I'm gonna have to break it into 2 parts, but
one sitting.
It'll be worth it.
One. Oh, definitely.
But man, so much. That was a great therapy session. Thank you.
Yes, sir, brother. Thank you, man.
Yep. And we will be back tomorrow.
Sounds good, man.
Peace
and love.